In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. It's steel toe time, and the Vikings are back to their winning ways. Welcome to the show, everybody.
Skål, Vikings, let's win this game. Skål, Vikings, honor your name. Go get that first down, make it a touchdown. Rock 'em, sock 'em, fight, 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 fight. Go, Vikings, run up the score. You'll hear us yell.
Everybody. V-I-K-I-N-G-S. Skål, Vikings, let's go. And the horn. There we go. Welcome to the show, everybody. You might be wondering, where's Johnny? Did he lose the last one? No. I don't know what it is. I usually go to open Zoom at about 10:02 and send it over to Johnny, and he comes in. It's not opening. I can't get Zoom to open. That's what I got. That's why Johnny's not here right now. Zoom will not open. It's probably easily fixable. I could restart the computer. I could start it back up, and Zoom will work just fine. But I went to it about 10 minutes before the show started, and I've got all my tabs open. I've got all the streams set up. I got OBS going. Zoom's literally the last thing I do when Johnny's on. So I think if his schedule isn't screwy, we'll have him do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. Otherwise, we'll have him do Tuesday, Wednesday, seeing as this is my fault. But yeah, I wasn't going to restart the computer and fire it back up and then not get the show in on time. I'm kind of weird like that. This goes back to radio. Like, I got to be in my seat, just kind of sitting around doing nothing for a good 5-10 minutes before the show starts. Like, if I'm up running around doing shit with like 5 minutes to go, I'm flustered. I'm off. It's just a strange little peccadillo that, you know, all of us have, the little ones. All of us have problems like that. But Zoom wouldn't open. Johnny won't be here today. You and I are hanging out. Tonight we're hanging out. Tomorrow night we're really hanging out. God, the kids made that room a disaster. Oh my God. I'm just looking at, so there's the studio area of the basement, and then there's the living room area over there of the basement. Yeah. I don't, when I told them and their friends and them to clean up the downstairs, this ain't it. That's not what I meant. It's just there's shit all over the floor. They had a slumber party on Saturday. The neighbors were over here. I had 6 or 7 kids in my house all day on Sunday. Until it was time to go meet their mom at 6:00. And holy shit. I mean, you have two options when it comes to having 6 or 7 children at your house for a big party type of thing. You can just kind of hide and make them food and, you know, just kind of check in on them once in a while and as they terrorize the house. Or you can kind of walk around like a maid and just trying to clean up as they go, that's futile. You just kind of got to stay out of the hurricane's path, feed the hurricane every once in a while, and then hope it doesn't swallow you whole. And then every once in a while, you got to come down and go, hey, guys. If we're going to be that loud, we got to go outside. Or, hey, no whining. No whining. Other than that, they're going to terrorize you. But yeah, it's what's this? What's this? This could be interesting. SP just sent me something. And it looks interesting, but I don't know what it is. It doesn't make any sense. But it's a diagram of something. I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the program. Great show planned for today. Like I said, Johnny not being here today is my fault. Post says, I bet you he mocks the dead rodent. I would never. Buffalo Jockey starting us off today with $1. Says, R.I.P. Johnny, terrible AIDS got both him and Matt. I don't like doing solo shows on days where there's really no win in me doing a solo show, because if it's good, like we knock out goals and we do overtime and everyone's happy, then everyone does this thing where like, we don't fucking need co-hosts or anything. And it's like, let's stop. Or we fucking fail miserably. It goes poorly. We don't knock out goals or anything. And then I go, I'm a failure. It's all over. I never walk away from these feeling good. I never walk away from these solo shows feeling well. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, Johnny is the star of the show. I agree. He also says, can I have SP's number? I want to be platonic friends. I'm sure you do. I'm don't know if she has any interest. I'm going to go ahead and gather no. We've got a great one for you today. I've got my eye taken off the ball of today a little bit because I'm trying to plan tomorrow night's election show. Like, are you and I just going to hang out and we're going to watch this election shit until 2 a.m? I've also got some goal ideas, like if we hit doubles and quads and triples and shit like that, different ideas. I have an idea that if we knock out Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and Wednesday night, I have an idea that I think would be terrible for me, and I think it would be an awful idea, and I should not do it, for the record. My plan is, if we knock out every goal Tuesday night through Wednesday night during the election stream, I will stay on the air with periodic breaks here and there. I will stay on the air from the start of our election stream through Wednesday's morning show, and we'll just do one seamless election stream all day. I don't know if that's something that would fascinate you guys. I don't know if you see that as some sort of medieval torture upon me that you would like to see visited, but I'm thinking about it. I'm also thinking about calling some people, booking some guests, seeing if we can have some people come on and chat a little bit. I'll put something together for the election show. Maybe a banner. Who knows? But it does look like, as you look at polls, it does look like you can expect a Trump win. Although there was a poll this weekend out of Iowa that showed that Kamala Harris was up by like 3 points in Iowa, which is weird because this entire election, every poll has had Trump ahead in Iowa by like 10 points. Like it hasn't even been considered a contested state. What do you call a swing? It's not even a swing state. It's just been solid red. And then there was a weird errant poll this weekend that showed that Kamala was winning. Approachable says Johnny's just a little tired today. He sold the futon and isn't sleeping very well on the new bed. Oh, man. Is that what it is? Is that what the problem is? Johnny sold the damn futon and now he's not sleeping well. That's what he gets for denying that whole futon thing. Now he's not sleeping very well. Buffalo Jockey says, book guests that actually show up. New boot goofing. Well, no, Johnny would have shown up. I fucked that up. Zoom wouldn't open for me. RITB, why don't you go Google how you can change your username, and then you can stop bothering people in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to cut you loose. I'm just not for good, just for today, just for this stream or like an hour or so, and then we'll leave you to go figure out your username issue. Does that sound? There you go. That's the warning. All right. You know what? We're gonna. He said sorry, Aaron. I'm gonna give him a minute or two. Here we go. Okay. People are saying nuke 'em. I don't know. I just don't understand going. This is like that thing people do where they like go on Facebook and they'll type a status where they'll be like, does anyone know how I can find this? And it's like, yeah, fucking Google it, you loser. The fact that you would go to a chat room full of people and be like, how do I change my username? I go, well, first I would start with getting out of the chat room and perhaps going to Google or Rumble and checking it out and seeing what you can do and leaving the rest of us the fuck alone. All right, guys, we are 3:30 away from today. Let's make it a good one today. Lots of fake donos. I want to see lots of fake donations today, labeled as such. Someone texts in on the text line, let me guess, the kids just shoved everything to a corner. No, they did that thing where they picked up all the big stuff. You know, all the stuff that was very easily visible. But there's just like little shreds of shit, like paper and art. They were doing art projects over there. And like there's just little shreds of paper and ribbon and little plastic pieces, like little shit that a vacuum would suck up, but it's very visible on the ground. And they come and they go, Dad, we picked up the basement, Dad. And I'm like, all right, great, good job, guys. And then I come down yesterday for the members show, and I just go, that's not fucking, that's not clean. Oh, well. The way my dad used to have us do it was my dad would take everything that was in the room and just put it in the middle of the room. And he'd just make this big pile. And we'd have to go for the pile and just pick stuff up and put it away. That's how he would do it. It was effective. I adopt it once in a while. All right. All right. RITB's all set. Good. I hate blocking people. So I'm glad he figured that out. So yes, 3:30 is our number today. Let's knock that out. Let's make it a good start to the week. I appreciate you guys being here. Also, hit like, hit subscribe. Those are the free ways to help the show. Share the show. Those are the free ways that you can help this program out. And whether it's throwing us a few bucks, which ultimately keeps us on the air, or doing it the free ways, it all helps. It all helps. All right, Rusty Grammar. I know. He says, to be fair, at least you have your kids, unlike others. All right. Look. I don't, it's funny, but, I learned something over the weekend, and it's very tragic. That's all. It's very tragic. It's too bad. It's so sad, but hey, all we can do is focus on ourselves. And I got to look out for that fucking cock of mine, right? That dick thing is wild. Who comes into someone's show and goes, I remember your dick? I guess SP does. SP just walks down the stairs and goes, I remember your dick. And then all right, I'll see you later. Is Gordy going outside? Thank you. Thank you very much. Money's on the nightstand. I've just always wanted to say that to a woman leaving my home. A woman leaves my home, your money's on the nightstand. Oh, by the way, you can use my phone to get the Uber. Those drugs are, oh, shit. I just heard the door shut. Oh, you're still here. The drugs probably are not out of your system yet. Oh, really? What a dick. Well, I'll let him out after the show's over. Thank you. All right. See you later. Look at that. I didn't know you could do that to a banister. No, I'm just kidding. No, the drugs thing. She didn't recreationally take drugs. I injected them into her while she was sleeping. All right, let's get into some things today. First of all, the Vikings win. This is big. I'm also I'm concerned about my voice right now. I don't talk in the morning before the show starts. And when the show starts out, when things start out and my voice is gravelly, that's disconcerting. I am wearing SP brought me back my Vikings bracelet. Very excited to have my Vikings bracelet. As you can see, I've updated the board. 21-13 win over the Colts. 6-2, firmly in second place in the NFC North, and also in control of our own destiny. If we win out, we win the division. We get a win over Detroit. That's our only loss in the division. So ultimately, we would have the tiebreaker. Vikings over the Colts, 21-13. Now we've got Jacksonville in Jacksonville next week. That should be an easy win. That's the thing about the NFL, though. You go into these games and you're like, oh, took care of the Colts, who had been on a little bit of a roll lately. They're 4-4. They're looking to stay in it. Got a win over them. It wasn't the prettiest win in the world, but we got it. Now we get to go. And then you go, you get that sigh of relief. And you go, yeah, now we get to go play the Jaguars, and that'll be an easy one. And those are always the games that trip you up. Like, we got the Jaguars on the road. We got the Titans on the road. And both of those should be easy wins for us. Should be. Who knows? Then after that, it's the Bears on the road. And the thing about the Bears is, like, the Bears could be a really dangerous game and we could lose, or the Bears could come in and shit the bed. I think that quarterback of theirs is going to be really good. I think Caleb Williams is on his way. He's not there yet. It's his rookie year. But he's just got that look. Like, when he plays, you can tell, like, that guy's going to be something. There's no doubt in my mind that Caleb Williams is going to be good. But the Vikings win 6-2. We got back off. We got off the schneid. We're good. We can beat the Jags. We can beat the Titans. We can beat the Bears. I was looking at 9-2 going into home games against the Cardinals and the Falcons. And I'm sorry, but that Falcons game, I got to be there. I got to be there for that Falcons game. The return of Kirk Cousins to Minnesota. I'm pumped. All right, let's get into it. $330 away from this morning. Let's start dropping in those fake donos and make it a big rally kind of a day early. You know the drill. Get to 300 by 7, get to 200 by 8, 100 by 9, then we knock it out real nice and easy. And we have a good start. It's election week. I'm going to try and stay away from election stories as much as I can today, but it's damn near impossible. You know what? I'm going to throw some drama stuff in there for you, only because I want to stay away from election stuff. And we got Peanut. We're going to talk about that Squirrel. I'm starting to feel the vibe shift on the Squirrel, by the way. Because Saturday, Sunday, everyone was like, fucking pieces of shit. They killed Peanut. They killed the Squirrel. You monsters. And the government's evil. And it's Waco and Ruby Ridge all rolled into one with January 6th. And everybody's losing their mind about Peanut. Now I'm starting to see, and it's not a lot, but I've seen a couple. And once it's a couple, the internet starts to kind of run with it. A lot of people getting sick of hearing about Peanut. I'm starting to see some people who are like, fuck Peanut, which is weird because it seems like one of the most tragically unhappy things a person could ever say. Like, hey, government agents. This is a wild story. We'll get it. If you haven't heard the details, we'll get you the details in a little bit. But here's the Cliff Notes. Government agents raided a guy's house and murdered his pet squirrel. Not, honestly, maybe a sentence I should have known that I would have to say someday, but I never thought I'd actually have to say it. Government agents raided an Instagram guy's house and murdered his pet squirrel. Not like the way they do pit bulls in a drug den where they just storm in and they just boom. blow his head off and then move on. This was like, went into his house. Correct me if I'm wrong. They went into the house to get the squirrel. Like, the squirrel was the target. The squirrel was Elian Gonzalez. He was a runaway squirrel that they had to get. Some fucking cunt, some bitch called this in. And it led to this Peanut the squirrel being euthanized. They fucking killed him. And this woman apparently has scrubbed all of her social media accounts. She has disappeared from the internet because everybody pretty much wants her dead for killing Peanut. And I mean, this thing took off. I think the Peanut story shows two things. One, you fuck with animals. People will always get mad no matter what their political affiliation, religion, whatever. They get mad. And number two, people have fucking had it with the election. People have had it with Trump. They've had it with Kamala Harris. They've had it with everybody talking about it. Because the minute a story came along where it was a rodent got murdered, people were like, this is all I'm reading about. It's going to be football and Peanut. Peanut and football. No politics. Done with it. Over. Good. That's how we're dying for something different. And Peanut being murdered is that something different. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, what's with your voice? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know what's up with my voice. I don't know why it won't cooperate. It's just that I think this is how my voice is today. I got a little Red Bull. I got a little water. And neither of them seem to help. I mean, I know the weather's changing here in Minnesota, and we just had daylight savings time. We're an hour earlier now. I don't know which one I like better. I like it when they go forward. I like the clocks going forward. I know everyone says, oh, you lose an hour of sleep. Yeah, but when you go backwards and it's dark at 4, that's fucked up. That does something psychologically. That fucks with people, I think, when it starts getting dark out at 4 o'clock. You know, in Antarctica right now, it's they're not going to have a sunset until February 8th because of the thing. You know, the thing. Alaska has the thing, too, where they have the no darkness. It's light out all the time. That's like that. They got to have the blackout blinds in Alaska. Otherwise, people literally, they go mentally ill. They go psychotic. What's the Al Pacino movie where he never sleeps? He goes up to investigate a crime, and then there's no darkness ever, so he doesn't sleep, and he loses his fucking mind. I think it's called Insomnia. Creative title. But they have that like in Antarctica at the poles. It's like, I don't know. It's like 10 degrees in Antarctica right now, and the sun's out all the time. Yeah, insomnia. Okay, so it is Insomnia. Because there's Insomnia, and then, is that also the one where he's chasing Robin Williams? Or is that there's an Al Pacino Robin Williams movie. Hilary Swank, Robin Williams, and Al Pacino, is that Insomnia? Or is there, yeah, numero uno, Josh Denny fan, Insomnia is an underrated great movie. It is very good. What's the other Robin Williams movie I'm thinking of where he's the villain? Oh God. They came out like close to each other in proximity. There's Insomnia with Robin Williams, Al Pacino, and Hilary Swank. And then Robin Williams is a weirdo bad guy in numero uno. Oh, 1 Hour Photo. Are you sure? Is it 1 Hour Photo or The Final Cut? Or is he in both? What? No, RITV. It's not. I'm not thinking of Flubber. Thank you very much. 1 Hour Photo. I thought is Robin Williams the Final Cut too? Well, he was a piece of shit bad guy in just about everything for a while there then, wasn't he? And then, of course, who can forget the greatest Robin Williams role of all time? Merritt Rook in Law & Order SVU. No, Lab Glass, I don't believe the movie I'm looking for is Aladdin. Eating Clams, I don't believe it's Jumanji either. No, All You Can Eat Negro, I don't think it's Mrs. Doubtfire. Dinosaur Fuel, Robin Williams isn't even in Shooter. That's not even. Numero Uno says, good morning, Vietnam. He plays a radio show host, which some say is a villain role. Yep, here we go. Mr. Beat already in the chat. Fuck Peanut. It's starting to turn. People are going to turn on Peanut. We're going to find out he had a drug addiction. We're going to find out he was involved in human trafficking. There are no heroes anymore. Everyone gets found out. No, chips and dip. It's not called The Final Rope. That's remarkably insensitive. Remarkably insensitive. The Final Cut. No, I'm not crazy. There's a Robin Williams movie called The Final Cut. 2004 film. Yes, there we go. Robin Williams plays like a guy who saves your memories for your funeral, but he edits them. So, like, if there's really shitty things you do, like, he edits them out. So we don't know what a piece of shit you were. Oh, Jesus Christ is in it. Jim Caviezel. Mira Sorvino, Robin Williams, Jim Caviezel. So Robin Williams plays this guy who cuts shit out of your life. And then there's some crime that's committed. And he cuts things out of this dude's memory because he was a piece of shit. Numero Uno says, yes, but 1 hour photo was much better. I don't remember. I can't remember the difference. I know I've seen all of them. I can't remember. Like, I can't tell 1 hour photo and Final Cut apart. I couldn't tell you. 62 Luap says, Mork from Mork. No, it's not. That fucking movie with Mork from Mork. Yeah, personally, I didn't like it. Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms. Yeah, right. Phantoms like a motherfucker. All right. Enough. I'm stalling. Because I know we've got the peanut thing today. And once the peanut thing's over, nobody's going to give a shit. I want to knock out today's goal. I want to start out a good week. Thank you guys very much. But numero uno, Josh Denny fan told me to stop going to Not the Bee and TMZ and Mediaite for everything. So I've got you one fresh off the wire here today. Quincy Jones is dead. Quincy died at 91 years old, died yesterday. I mean, it would take less time for us to tell you who he didn't work with. Michael Jackson, Frank Sinatra, Ray Charles, all of Motown. It's just all over the place. He was the guy. I mean, Quincy Jones was... He was everywhere in the music business from the 60s up until, this decade. I think he was still active. Quincy Jones passed away. Although this is an incredible loss for our family, we celebrate the great life he lived and know there will never be another like him. Jones rose from running with gangs on the south side of Chicago, which I hear is the baddest part of town. And if you go down there, quick pro tip, just beware of a man named Leroy Brown. Leroy is a gambler, and he likes his fancy clothes. He likes to wave his diamond rings in front of everybody's nose. He's got a custom Continental. He's got an Eldorado, too. He got a .32 gun in his pocket for fun. He's got a razor in his shoe. Bad Leroy Brown. It's always weird going from those back into whatever the fuck you were doing. He became one of the first black executives to thrive in Hollywood and amassed an extraordinary musical catalog that includes some of the richest moments of American rhythm and song. That's, God, the AP still writes all gay and shit. Jones kept company with presidents and foreign leaders, movie stars and musicians, philanthropists and business leaders, which means he probably did some weird sex shit, right? I mean, you don't have a list of friends that includes all these types of people, and you didn't. I'm not saying like he diddled kids or anything, but like he went to some parties. That's all I'm saying. I mean, like if you think, here's the deal. I believe, let's get into some conspiracies today. I believe that they're throwing P. Diddy under the bus to save their own parties. I have a hard time believing that Diddy was the only guy throwing Diddy parties. I believe Diddy parties were happening all over the industry, and every once in a while, you got to sacrifice one of them to keep the heat off of you. You know, it's like the Wicker Man. You know, if they don't have a very good harvest, you got to find a virgin. You got to put the virgin in the Wicker Man. You got to set him on fire. Now, since Hollywood doesn't have any virgins, you just got to find some black billionaire, burn him alive, and then nobody's going to ask questions. Because if you get Epstein, then nobody wonders about the politicians and CEOs diddling kids. If, they got the guy. Oh, the guy who was facilitating all the kid diddling in politics is gone. They must not be doing anymore. No, they set the one guy on fire at the stake. The Mossad put another guy in there, and now he's running things. And he's a little more low profile. You get Diddy, you run Diddy through the whole process, and you make it sound as bad as you can, and there's 90 lawsuits, and he's going to go to prison for the rest of his life. And now everyone will think, oh, Hollywood's cleaned up. They took care of the Diddy party thing. Kind of like the Me Too movement. You had a bunch of like mid-range actors and comics, and then you had some girls, some of them, quite frankly, fucking make up stories about these guys. And then you go, oh, see? Now, and then you sacrifice Harvey Weinstein, who was about done anyway. You sacrifice him, and then all the other Hollywood executives go, okay, they got Harvey, so now I can go on doing all my shit, and nobody's going to look into it because they think they got the guy when they got Harvey. That's the way this shit goes. You throw him a sacrifice every once in a while. The thing about Harvey Weinstein was he just must have been too egregious or pissed off too many people, because they usually don't throw one of the tribe under the bus. Take a look at the guys who got Me Too'd. I don't think there were a lot of tribe members in the Me Too. There's certainly, with the P. Diddy thing, they found a black guy that they could pin that on. Epstein, the tribe turned him in. That was kind of tribe on tribe crime. But Harvey Weinstein, damn. I guess if you're going to go after a Hollywood executive, you don't really have a choice, I suppose. Fauci's Pangolin says Diddy will walk. They don't even have a glove. Diddy hated condoms. Well, I mean, one of the few things Diddy and I agree on is that condoms are completely gay. Condoms, those are for sailors. So Quincy Jones, dead at 91. I got to stop doing these goodbye things to like famous people who die, because I believe I just took what I intended to be a heartfelt tribute to Quincy Jones, and I think I just suggested that he probably committed sex crimes. Maybe I should stop doing the death notices on the show, because I can't help it. I fully intended to go, wow, Quincy Jones, he worked with everybody. He was all over the music business. And it all ended with, Quincy Jones hung out with all these really famous people. I bet you he went to Diddy parties and fucked around and did quasi-evil shit. That's not what you do, right after a guy dies. Close that out. I talk about Quincy Jones anymore, then I'm gonna have a problem. All right, let's get to here's the problem. There's a lot of 100 and laughy face emojis in the YouTube chat right now. That's the other part, is that I may be sitting here going, it's terrible that I'm trying to remember this guy and I'm implicating him in all kinds of sexual shit in Hollywood. But the people in the chat are like, yeah, probably. I see no problem with it. You're 100% right. He did, didn't he? Don't encourage me. Rest in peace, Quincy Jones. You were a musical legend. You towered above your peers. And we have no evidence that you went to any kind of parties and did anything untoward against women. We have absolutely no evidence of this. You die with a clean soul, and may your trip to heaven be without detour and expedited. Thank you. Lab Glass, yeah. Aaron, stop playing an upbeat track right before you go to a goddamn dead dog notification or dead dog dedication. We have these goddamn up-tempo numbers, and then I got to go into a fucking dog dedication. Tell them to quit doing that shit. Casey Kasem was a pro, man. So, I guess we have to get into the Peanut thing now. We got to talk about old Peanut. This is the thing that I guess is rallying libertarians before the election. And, every once in a while, you get these stories that remind us that we're still human and that we have things in common and that we have like things that are beyond Republican, Democrat, shit like that. And in this case, it's a fucking squirrel. Like that, you never know what's going to come by and unite this country and make us whole again, you know. Sometimes it's, a disaster. Sometimes it's a terrorist attack. You never know what it could be. Well, this weekend, right before the election, we learned that the thing that brought us together was a squirrel. The government came into a guy's home in New York and jacked his squirrel. And not just any squirrel. This was a showbiz squirrel. He was like Mr. Jangles, who was going to Mouseville. In fact, I believe the government came into his house and they said, don't worry, we're going to take him to Squirrelville. Yeah, it's a nice theme park where folks come in and they watch him perform and he does all sorts of tricks. I think they'd love Peanut at Squirrelville. And then he's like, oh, that's good. I'm just so excited for... I didn't want Peanut to leave, but I'm glad he's going to Squirrelville. And then one of the agents comes in and he goes, there's no Squirrelville, you dumb bastard. That's just something they all told you to keep you quiet. And then they killed fucking Peanut. I might be getting the story mixed up a little bit, but I think that's about what it was. So the New York Department of Environmental Conservation raided a man's home to seize and euthanize his internet-famous pet squirrel, Peanut. This wasn't like this guy had crack in his house and he was like the main crack guy in New York. And they were like, we're going to get all the crack. We're going to get all the heroin, the meth, the coke. We're going to get everything out of his house. We're going to arrest this guy. He's got Asian hookers chained to radiators in the basement. We're going to this guy's house. We're going to get it all. Nope. They literally went there to get a squirrel, which to the rest of you might seem like a giant, unbelievable, crazy fucking waste of time. But to the New York Department of Environmental Conservation, this was number A1 with a bullet on top of their list. Get that fucking dancing squirrel. I don't know what grounds. I don't know what the point of this was. I don't know what they accomplish. I don't know how New York's wildlife are safer today because Peanut's dead. This one just, sometimes you get these stories and they go viral and everyone has a knee-jerk reaction and then the details come out and we have to kind of walk it back. George Floyd. Or remember the Ted Williams? Remember the guy who was homeless on the side of the street? And instead of the whole country thinking, well, he's probably homeless for a fucking reason because everybody is homeless for a reason. No, let's just embrace this guy. He's got a really good radio voice. He would hold up his sign and then you go, hey, this is WABC and you're listening to the best of smooth jazz. And, blah, blah, blah. And he would do this voice and people were like, oh my God, we should make him the most famous guy ever. He should do commercials. Then we figure out like he's just beating the shit out of chicks his whole life and he's a total piece of shit. And even his own family's like, no, keep him on the streets. He's an asshole and an alcoholic and all this other stuff. But he had a really nice voice, so we all wanted to like him. I hope that's not what we find out with Peanut. That Peanut was a Me Too guy and he was R-wording chicks and things like that. But so far, this seems like a cut and dry government abuse case. The internet is outraged after New York decided that the proper way to handle a complaint about a man keeping a squirrel as a pet would be to come to his home and kill the animal. Now, here's the thing. This all started because some fucking neighbor, some bitch cunt neighbor, called the cops on this guy because he had a pet squirrel. Dude, you understand what my dog, like people in my neighborhood could mistake Gordy for a squirrel one day. Does that mean the government can just come by and fucking kill my dog? What the hell, dude? So this woman, this busybody twat who, ought to meet the same fate as Judas Iscariot, calls the government and says, my neighbor has a pet squirrel. Like, I have a hard time empathizing with people like this because I can't imagine a human being this way. I can't understand what would bring you to call that in, to have so little of your own business to mind that you give a fuck that the neighbor has a pet squirrel. That everybody probably loves, by the way, or at the very least doesn't give a shit about. But you call the state and you're like, he's got a squirrel. And like, what's your complaint even? Like, a squirrel is not big enough to fuck up your yard. He can't eat any of your plants. He eats nuts, for God's sakes. And like, you call the government and you complain, and like, you want the animal seized from his house. What the fuck? I will also say this about American voters and American citizens. Fucking shame on you that it took a squirrel to make you hate the government. And by the way, don't think I don't know that this hating the government thing is totally temporary for most of you. Most of you will go right back to being like, yeah, whatever, I don't really give a shit, in probably for the next 48 hours. Like, this peanut thing we got today, and that's it. Unless, again, we find out that Peanut was, muling Fent in his asshole for the cartel. I don't even think that would ruin it, because that's pretty hardcore. That's badass. It shows that the cartel has a future after Trump's immigration policies. You can't stop a squirrel unless you're the New York Department of Conservation. So the fact that all of you, like, property taxes didn't do it. Property taxes are fine. The fact that you don't really ever own your home, that's totally okay. Income taxes, that's not enough to make you hate the government. The fact that if you just make money and work, they steal it from you and you don't get a say in the matter. That's not bad enough. The shit they're teaching in schools, the social revolution that's taking place, none of that's enough to get a lot of people to stand up and go, hey, we're gonna fucking why you I oughta. Nope. Somebody comes in and kills some fucking squirrel you didn't know existed till yesterday, and you couldn't pick out of a lineup, but you saw him with a fucking cutesy cowboy hat on, and you went, where you? Revolution! At my signal, unleash hell! Because the squirrel has a fucking cowboy hat on. I put that squirrel next to any other squirrel. If I put that squirrel in a lineup of 5 squirrels, and I shoot every one of the squirrels, you would have no idea which one to be upset about. No clue. But I guess I shouldn't bitch. Anything that gets people to hate the government, I'm all about it. If this peanut thing leads to people thinking that, the government is evil and they should all be, fucking run out of town, ridden out on the rails, I guess, fine. Cool. Great. But it is kind of weird that you guys, have been quiet your entire lives until they killed the peanut, the squirrel. See, this meme is perfect. Them. So how did you get radicalized? Me. I watched the New York Department of Environmental Conservation murder a happy and healthy pet squirrel named Peanut for no reason other than some useless apparatchiks had too much power. You know what? I'm not going to blame the New York Department of Conservation on this one, and I'll tell you why. It's that fucking bitch who called the cops. That's who's at fault here. Once you get the government involved, you can rest assured they're going to make a really stupid decision. They're going to do something dumb. That's just what they do. But you don't enable them to make that decision in the first place. Nobody would have given a fuck about Peanut at the state of New York until this asshole lady called it in and got Peanut fucking smoked. Mark Longo, a New York resident, rescued a baby squirrel and has been raising it in his home, naming it Peanut. Peanut had over 500,000 Instagram followers and was a viral sensation. Now, again, this story is tragic. The story is awful. This story has rallied a lot of people to the cause. But America, 500,000 Americans were following a fucking squirrel on the internet. And not like following the squirrel, but like genuinely could not wait until the squirrel posted something. And this Peanut story is full of pitfalls, in my opinion, for us as a society. It's like, yes, it's very sad what happened to the squirrel. It's terrible. It's awful. I hate the government too, but I've hated them for a long time. The fact that you now hate the government because of Peanut is weird. And also the fact that we had made a squirrel famous for doing squirrel shit on a cell phone camera. All right. But some animal nut called the authorities on him, and tragedy ensues. This is, let's go ahead and play some. We got a bunch of peanut clips today. So saddle up and get ready. Grand Poobah with $2 says, I think most of the people upset about the squirrel already hated the government, and this is just a funny and tragic thing to rally, rage, and troll about. I agree with that. I agree that the peanut thing is, look, a lot of people hated the government already, and they're using this as, see, the fucking government's evil. But again, the people who hate the government, like you and me, we can't make, like, it is weird to me that we can't make the normal arguments of theft and taxation and overregulation. That won't get people. But you show them the squirrel thing, and they're like, maybe you've got a point. That's the weird part for me. By the way, thank you for that $2. That brings us to $325 today. We're off to a little bit of a slow start. One person did say that bracelet is gay. We get under 300 by 7 o'clock. I'll take the bracelet off. How's that? I want to knock out today. I want to get off to a good start. We had a couple of rough ones last week, and I'd like to see us avoid that. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. We haven't really talked about it much today, so I hope that leads to you rewarding us with the lovely donations that keep this program on the air. Thank you, guys. Again, chip in a little bit, and we'll give you a smoking fine show this morning. Here we go. Let's take a look at some peanut clips, and let's pull at your heartstrings. Oh, great. So now we're going to have all kinds of demonetization today. See, look, he just has a little pet squirrel. And he comes back from his dude job. Oh, he's padding his cock. You see that? Sorry, now I'm being Nick. Look at his dick! Don't look at his dick, guys. That's gay. It's fucking gay to look at dicks, bro. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's for vengeance. It doesn't matter if it's because you're feeling weird or you're depressed or whatever. It's never okay to talk to a guy about the fact that you think about his dick. It's just there's no good way to start that conversation. See, look, the squirrel he's hopping all over the guy. Squirrel opens up the thing of pancakes. Look at that. He's adorable. Look at the big guy with a sleeve of tattoos. He just loves his pet squirrel. Look at him. He jumps. Does all kinds of squirrel stuff. Now, here's what I don't understand. How do you as a neighbor call the police and have a complaint about the fucking squirrel? Like, how do you follow the Instagram and you see him jumping? He's like, yeah, I can't allow that. That squirrel shouldn't be jumping those distances. It's not safe. What's the fucking complaint? You can't even see the fucking thing. Every time she sees a squirrel in a tree, does she call the authorities? Because it's the same thing. That squirrel is happy as a pig in shit, and you just called on it. So here's some clips of the interview with the owners of Peanut. It's a guy and his chick, and honestly, like, I'm not. How do I say this without it being actionable in some way? I hope karma is visited upon this neighbor. Because, I mean, this is just an unbelievably stupid / shitty thing to do. Here we go. 191 Redbird says she, with $10. Thank you for the $10, by the way. Says she had a photography business and was pissed that the squirrel had more followers than her. She was bragging that she better get a cut of the money or she would have the squirrel turned in and killed. What the fuck? If this is true, this woman is far too diseased to be like out on her own. You were jealous of the squirrel because your photography business, so you have to call the... You hatched a revenge plot against a rodent? What the fuck, dude? Thank you, 191 Redbeard. I mean, kind of thank you. Kind of, fucking, I wish I didn't know that. 320 away from today. Thank you very much. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you're doing the most popular talked about story from 2 days ago. Tons of show prep. Yeah, I don't do a show on Saturday or Sunday, so we have to talk about this now. Grand Poobah with $2 says, also, where's my profile picture circle? Facebook, justice for Peanut. Yeah, is there like a big, like, do it for Peanut kind of thing going on, or no? Did they get that moving on social media? Bigot on socialist media has me saying it different. Because there was one for George Floyd. There was Coney. What else did we Ukraine. Everyone was changing their profile pictures for Ukraine if you were a fucking Mo. Are we going to have anything? Is everyone becoming a squirrel now on their profile pictures? Are we doing squirrel filters for Peanut? Well, anyway, I want to hear from these two. I want to figure out what the fuck's going on. And I would like, if you don't mind, I would like to spend a good chunk of today really fucking hating this neighbor, if you don't mind. I got some hate in my heart. And I want to let it out. 320 is the number for today. Go ahead. Keep throwing in, guys. Thank you very much. Let's get under 300 by the top of the hour. Here we go.
We just learned that they have euthanized Peanut.
And the raccoon as well.
And the raccoon as well.
Oh, that's right. You know who got really fucked over in this whole deal? The raccoon named like Scout or whatever. I don't even remember his fucking name. Like, the raccoon is the missing black woman in all this. You know that Patrice O'Neal joke where he talks about how valuable white women are? And he talks about, what guys, who's that woman? I'll try to do it justice. Chat, who's that woman who was killed in Aruba? Who was that? That woman, Aruba, she was killed by that Joran Vandersloot guy. What's her name? It's not coming to me right now. Joran Vandersloot. It was a huge story. It was all over the news. Joran Vandersloot killed her. I think it was like a hookup or a boyfriend or an acquaintance or someone. They think he killed her. And, everybody was looking for. Thank you, Anonymous. Natalie Holloway. I appreciate that. Natalie Holloway. But Joran Vandersloot killed another woman in Peru. He killed a Peruvian woman. What was her name? Exactly. And that was Patrice's point. White women, you remember her, the beautiful blonde girl, Natalie Holloway, blah, blah, blah. But then who's that brown chick that Joran Vandersloot, some poor Peruvian girl that Joran Vandersloot killed? We don't give a fuck. The raccoon in this whole thing is the Peruvian chick in the Natalie Holloway thing. By the way, somebody writing in the chat, and this was very funny, and it makes sense. It's not racist. He says, coon lives matter, and he's right. Annoyed Wawa supervisor writes, Stephanie Ramirez, fuck off. Oh, this is interesting. RITB says Mersh running away from Melton is my news of the week. Dude, DM me details. I'd love to know about that. Yeah, so the coon lives matter because that raccoon, they killed the raccoon as well. Nobody fucking cares about the raccoon. They all care about Peanut. Peanut got the win. And the raccoon he just got killed to no fanfare.
I am so sorry. This must be really difficult for you.
It not only tears my family apart, but Peanut was the cornerstone.
Dude, she's fucking, oh my God. She's losing her. She's really busted up over this.
Our nonprofit animal rescue. And 10 to 12 DEC officers raided my house as if I was a drug dealer. I was sat outside my house for...
That'd be funny if he went, and they didn't even find my drugs. I mean, I don't even traffic in... Fuck. I gotta go, Harvey. We used those rodents to mule the drugs, and now what do? Go back to using the dog again? Fine. His asshole's worn out from all the trafficking. He's older. We use the rodents. This guy sounds like he's about to go John J. Rambo on the bit. He does. Like, I can see this guy up in the mountains and being like, all I wanted was to keep my squirrels, sir. But they kept pushing. Wouldn't be nothing if it wasn't for that king shit neighbor. They drew first blood. They drew first blood. You don't just turn it off. They asked Peanut. Peanut didn't ask you. And, you know, me and Peanut were sitting there, we're hanging out. This government agent comes up to us with a shoe shine box and says, shine. And we say, okay. And then all of a sudden, Peanut opens the box and it blows up and there's pieces of him all over the place and I can't get him off of me. And he's talking about how he wanted to get this car. We were going to cruise down the boardwalk and he's talking about that car. I'm saying, I can't find your legs. I can't find your legs. Sorry. In this house, Peanut can have 500,000 Instagram followers. Out in the real world, he can't stay alive for a day. That's right. Peanut is now Rambo.
For 5 hours, I had to get a police escort to my bathroom. I wasn't even allowed to feed my rescue horses breakfast or lunch. I was sat there like a criminal. After they interrogated...
Well, you had illegal animal contraband, sir. Maybe next time you'll follow the rules. I'm sorry that you thought you were special. But we don't want... What's the crime, by the way? That's what I haven't heard yet. In all the words I've heard spoken about this Peanut and the raccoon thing, what's the crime? Like keeping a squirrel? Squirrel keeping? Raccoon tending? I don't know what he did to deserve the government to raid him. I can understand them knocking on the door like, sir, we hear you got a squirrel in the house. We're not here to bust your balls. You got to get proper permitting. Here's where you can call. You can take him to the vet. You can get a license. Blah, 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 blah. Just make it legal for you to own the squirrel. No, they legit came in and raided the joint.
Interrogated my wife to check out her immigration status. Then proceeded to ask me if...
How's your... Okay. Well, since you brought it up, is she legal? Like, did you... If it's your wife, then she doesn't have an immigration status. She's your wife. She's legit. That's why they have 90-day fiance. You guys are married. She's good.
If I had cameras in my house. Then proceeded to go through every cabinet, nook, and cranny of my house for a squirrel and a raccoon.
They got a search warrant?
They got a search warrant.
No, come on. Vote Trump 2024. What the fuck? You gotta Who served the warrant? Boris and Natasha? We are coming into this house looking for moose and squirrel. What the... Dude, this reboot of Rocky and Bullwinkle is fucking lit, dude. It's crazy. I didn't know they were going to turn Rocky and Bullwinkle into an action drama. Oh, Rocky, I do believe we're in a heap of trouble.
4 departments and a judge signed off on a search warrant for a squirrel and a raccoon.
Bro, you might want to try to get a Frank's hearing on this shit. I know a guy you can call. I want to file a Frank's motion for Peanut.
And then they took them and killed them.
Why did they go through all that to get a search warrant for an animal that had been with you very safely, and the world witnessed this for 7 years?
Because there's fucking COVID, black guy who sat next to Harvey Levine for 15 years that I still haven't bothered to learn your name. I just realized that right now. This guy here, he's been around forever. No idea who he is. He's just the black guy next to Harvey. Is he the one that injects 70-some-year-old Harvey with his testosterone? What do they call it, TRT? That might be his job. Because this is an elderly man. I don't know if you knew this. This is an elderly Jewish man. He should not look like that. There's no... an elderly Jewish man doesn't look like this.
Why now suddenly did they show up with a search warrant and take these animals?
We haven't a clue. We don't know who made the complaints. Again, Peanut was a...
They didn't even take my illegally modified weapons. Those are still in the closet. Fuck. I gotta go, guys. I gotta call my lawyer. I mean, think about it. We did a 51-day siege of a religious compound and then set it on fire and killed everyone inside. We fucking shot a guy and his family because we entrapped him into sawing off a shotgun for $700. And now we're fucking seizing a guy's house and raiding it over a squirrel and a raccoon. Guys, this shit is going in the wrong direction. We need to go the other way. We need to turn around in the next cul-de-sac we find. And we need to go back up Waco Road, back down Ruby Ridge, past Dealey Plaza and the grassy knoll, take a left at Ford's Theater, and try to find, like, the Battle of Yorktown again.
Indoor squirrel, not harming anybody. He's been with us for 7 years. Not a single complaint was ever filed for this animal.
There was only one complaint. He's nuts. Not the time, right? I didn't think so either. It's all right. I thought maybe it was. No, you're right. That was, you know what? That was insensitive. You know why the government went in and the cops raided the place so hard? Is because someone told them there was an out-of-control coon in the house. I'm not proud of that joke. I'm not. But they told the government that there's an out-of-control coon running around in this neighborhood, and they went, all right, guys, arm up. Let's bring the APCs. Let's get the SWAT team. And remember, if he reaches into his jacket, unleash hell. And then they got there, and they all went, like, you knew that this was a racist government attack, that they wanted to shoot an unarmed black man when they all saw the raccoon, and they went, oh. Well, I guess since we're here anyway.
We had him for 7.5 years. He became the world's most famous squirrel. We weren't hiding him by any means. He was all over TikTok. He became the first squirrel on TikTok.
You are harboring squirrels in your home? They are underneath the floorboards, are they not? And I'm assuming, since the squirrel hasn't made any noise, that he does not speak English. All right. I will switch back to French now, and you will follow my masquerade. Is that clear? Monsieur l'Appetit, adieu. Poor raccoon and the squirrel.
Ever hit 1 million followers. He did every news station around the world. He's helped people. He's helped kids.
A horse ran away. The government couldn't kill the horse. They just went, au revoir, Shoshana.
Gather joy. And then we started a nonprofit animal rescue called Peanut's Freedom Farm to help animals like Peanut fight a good fight when they're in a neglected case or they're sitting in a slaughter auction.
Well, I mean, the good news is that organization's probably going to go gangbusters now for another week or so.
And he was the cornerstone of our life and our organization. We used his platform to help raise money for the 300 animals we have at our sanctuary.
Shit, so this guy was like legit. Like, he wasn't some guy who, like, some weirdo who just found a squirrel and, like, just started doing tricks with it in his house. Like, this guy's legit an animal rescue dude. And they raided his house and fucking smoked his rodent pets. What a bunch of dicks. You know, the only problem is with this, like, we can all get mad all we want. You know, we can all, this is terrible, this is awful, and, you know, fuck the government and this and that. Nothing is over. But, like, the only thing that these people respect is force. Like, the only thing these people respect is, and I'm not saying anybody should ever do anything or anything like that, but, like, the government's used to people being mad at them. The government's used to people protesting them. The government's used to all of this shit. So until, like, all of this shit will continue on repeat until something catastrophic happens. But here's the thing. Once that something catastrophic happens, they'll just say evil, terrorism, white supremacy. There's, like, anytime the government controls the conversation, any kind of pushback is going to be met as evil. Like, forgive me for going down this road today, but what was Oklahoma City? What was it? Did some guy just wake up someday and go, I'm going to blow up a federal building? And by the way, when that federal building got blown up, what was the first thing you heard about on the news? Not that it was a federal building or that the government was there, that the ATF was there, or anything like that. if you guys remember the coverage of Oklahoma City, what's the first thing they mentioned when the media covered that shit? Do you remember? Because I remember. I was not very old. I probably wasn't even 10 years old yet. And I remember the way they covered it. I remember the first thing they mentioned, and I'll wait for the chat to catch up here. Thank you, Lab Glass. Okay, I'm not crazy then. The first thing they mentioned about Oklahoma City, there was a daycare in that building, as if Timothy McVeigh was targeting the daycare, as if he was trying. No, if you look into Oklahoma City and you look at Timothy McVeigh stated that he did the Oklahoma City bombing as a pushback attack against the government for what they did at Ruby Ridge and Waco. It was a reaction to government overstepping and murdering its own citizens. However, you can also look into McVeigh and Nichols, and you can also see that there's a chance. I hate to go too deep down the conspiracy rabbit hole with over a fucking squirrel. There is a possibility that Timothy McVeigh was put up to this by the government. There's a possibility that the government was like, oh, man, you're really mad about Ruby Ridge and Waco, right? Oh, well, you know what you could do? You could do this, that, and the other thing, and we could. There's a lot of weird shit going on with Oklahoma City and Timothy McVeigh. But I don't know, man. Anytime there's any kind of pushback for the government being fucking cunts, they hide behind women, they hide behind children, they hide behind all of that. They hide behind all of it. So, like, Oklahoma City was a pushback over Waco, over Ruby Ridge, and they went, there was a daycare in there and kids were killed. Yeah, guess what? There were a fuckload of kids at Waco, too. Guess who else had kids? Randy Weaver. He had a son. Randy Weaver had a son. He had a wife. He had a family, too. You fucking killed him and you didn't care. When a tank shot fucking flames into a building and set it on fire and killed dozens of children, you didn't give a shit when you did that. But Timothy McVeigh goes, I got to make these guys know that they can't fucking do this to people. Then all of a sudden it's daycares and it's children and it's you fucking disingenuous cunts. And now they're murdering squirrels. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, Aaron, well, I agree with you. Don't book any rooms above the 3rd floor. Right? We're not even going to talk about the Vegas shooting, are we? We're never going to talk about that again. Is that kind of one of those deals where everyone just kind of agrees that somebody was it's kind of like the Maui wildfires. Maui wildfires and the Las Vegas shooting, we all kind of together, we went, this is fucking weird. Something's up here. Somebody's in on this. And then the media just stopped reporting on it. Like, we don't need to think about it anymore. It's not really a big deal. Don't worry about it. Like, you have a mass shooting in America, and they cover it for a month trying to take everybody's guns away. The Mandalay Bay shooting, you thought would have been the biggest take away people's gun story of the decade, of the century. This would be the big one for them. Nope. They ran away from that one right away. So something had to be up that the media didn't want to push that as their let's take away guns thing. Now they're murdering squirrels. That's where we get to today. Oh, did you guys know about the I'm sure some of you do, but some of you probably don't. Did you know about the guy who was the police chief in Maui, in the town where the wildfires are? That he was the head of detectives and investigations in Las Vegas for the Mandalay Bay shooting? I can't fucking make that up. The guy who was the chief in charge of the Maui wildfire stuff was also the head of detectives for Clark County and was the man investigating the Mandalay Bay shooting. Same fucking guy. That's, to quote Alex Jones, it's documented, it's proven. You can just look it up. It's not even a crazy conspiracy theory. It's just a fact, which is nice that they just do this shit out in the open now. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, now let's talk about Killdozer. I'll say this. I believe Americans have to pick their heroes a little better. Killdozer guy, cool story, fucking hilarious story. Killdozer guy was a little off his rocker. You know, people keep saying, oh, he was pushed beyond this, he was pushed beyond that. Yeah, he was also, I don't think that's a guy to hang your hat on either. He was a fucked up dude. Mild with $1 says justice for Terrence Yeeke and Kenneth Trentadue. Thank you very much, Mild. We're off a little bit today. 3:15 away from today's goal, and we're past 7 o'clock, but I think you guys are good for it. Go ahead and throw in. The links are there in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants. Let's kick things off. Hey, fake donations on Venmo and PayPal, and make sure you label them fake donations. I only want fake donos on PayPal and Venmo today. So go ahead and click one of those links pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube or Rumble, or just throw in your Rumble Rants and your Super Chats. 3:15 away. Let's get that down to 200 by the top of the hour. Suicide Jockey says Vegas shootings, Maui fires, and Trump shooters. Still no official story on any of them. No, none. And you won't get one. Crooks, or whatever his name was, you're not going to hear any more on him than you already have. Once it came out that they traced a cell phone to his house and then back to an FBI field office, that was the last you were going to hear about that guy. You know, the fact that the news was coming out that they saw this guy, they knew about this guy, they left him alone, they let him operate for at least 10 minutes before Trump even got on stage, when they said that guy is a threat, and then they let Trump get on stage. You know, what was it, 150 yards with iron sights? That's not a difficult shot for a good shooter. And if Trump hadn't turned his head, we would have watched his head explode on live television. But you're not going to hear any more about that guy because 2 and 2 equals 5 on that one. It doesn't make sense. 191 Redbird with $5 says Hillary Clinton was supposed to be president, and the Vegas shooting would have been less than a month later and been exploited to the max. Maybe, but you know, the government is slow on like technology and all that kind of shit. So I do think the government is not as good at the cover-up game as they used to be, and they kind of abandon ship once, you know, they start getting figured out. Like, you know, they don't account for people doing research and shit, and once that stuff starts coming out, they go, all right, quit talking about it, quit fighting this, we'll pick a new one, we'll get a new shooting going, we'll let another one happen, we'll pick that one. You know? Like, they see a mass shooting happen in one city, and they're like, all right, let's exploit the shit out of it. What's that? The shooter's trans? Yeah, fuck that, we'll catch the next one. We got a kid in Texas that they've been warning us about forever. We'll just ignore him. Something will happen. And that's exactly what they do. They look for their perfect patsy, and when they don't get them, they just go, fuck it, it's America. We've screwed this shithole up enough that somebody will go nuts and start shooting people again. Wood U says the shooter in Butler was on a slanted roof. The Secret Service was forbidden from slanted roofs. Yeah, that was their story. Fuck, I mean, it's, you know, it's the being treated like a retard that makes you feel the worst. Mr. Beat says he didn't have iron sights. Oh, I thought he did. I had heard that he had iron sights. I'll back off that one. If you say he didn't, then he didn't. All right, let's say some thank yous. Thank you to Mr. Approachable, King Kong Dong, Mr. Approachable. Thank you for the $5. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5. Thank you very much. Over on PayPal, those are a couple of fake donos. Thank you guys for the fake donos. I appreciate it. That puts us at an even 300 for today. God bless the fake donos on this program. Nothing keeps us in business quite like the fake donos. Kimberly with $4 says, not sure if you knew this, but Peanuts' owner was a conservative podcast. The rat was a liberal woman in Texas. Oh, boy, it all comes back to politics, doesn't it? Someone texting in. You guys, you wouldn't believe how many messages I get like this on a regular basis. Just people throwing fucking information at me that I didn't ask for. Nick is no longer a non-practicing lawyer. He did pay his annual dues as of November 1st. He's a dumbass with a pricey degree. Look, there's probably going to be some shit coming out, I'm guessing. I don't know when, but it's not good, and I'm trying to stay away from it. And it's going to be kind of sad. Unless it can get fixed up and swept under the rug or whatever. I don't know. But, yeah, I guess late last week, his law license was suspended. Honestly, I don't know why he would pay to have it reinstated. There's no point. I mean, with the mental breakdown the guy seems to be having, I really don't see the point in wasting the money. $1 from Mild. He says, Yeeky and Tentadu were murdered to cover up OKC. Oh, okay. Thank you. I mean, you don't, nobody wants a defense attorney who's going into someone's chat rooms and going, I can't stop thinking about your dick. Nobody wants that guy. I mean, if he's not in the chat room talking about some guy's dick, he's in somebody else's chat room talking about that guy's dick. And if he's not doing that, he's he's busy not showing up for speeding ticket cases. So I don't really know if you need to be paying those fees. Save your money. Thank you guys very much. $300 away from today. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Keep her going. So we got some more clips on this peanut deal. We keep going. Dude, if you guys want to go down conspiracy rabbit holes as we weave back and forth in and out of this peanut story, I'm all for it. I'm hyped over this shit now. We got some more. Oh shit, we got more videos from the couple. They got pictures of Peanut.
I don't know how I'm gonna say this. I just want to say thank you to all of you.
Oh, what did that Instagram post say? Well, internet, you won. You took one of the most amazing animals away from me because of your selfishness. To the group of people who called DEC, there's a special place in hell for you. Today at 10 a.m., Wednesday, October 30th, the New York State DEC showed up to my house and took Peanut. He was taken to be euthanized. I'm in shock, disbelief, and disgusted to the people who did this to Peanut. For the last 7 years, Peanut has been my best friend. I'd feel shitty if that was that guy's wife. Peanut was my best friend. Hey, wait a minute. What? Oh, no, we fuck. It's different. Women do have to start understanding that, by the way. There's like, your position is not best friend. Like, you're being greedy if you want the position of best friend. Like, best friend is implied when it's, you're fucking all the time. That best friend is implied. I don't fuck my best friends. I don't. A Catholic church, a Catholic priest and a rabbi are walking down the street, and they see a young boy, and the priest says, "You want to fuck him?" And the rabbi says, "Out of what?" Back to Peanut. I'm in shock, disbelief, and disgusted. Peanut was my best friend. He's been the center of my world and many of yours for so long. I don't know how to process this emotionally. Last year, we moved to New York in hopes of starting a nonprofit animal rescue in Peanut's name. Peanut's Freedom Farm will forever live in Peanut's memory with over 350 rescues. We've relied heavily on Peanut and his internet family to gather donations to help more animals. Well, you're going to get plenty of donations, bro. I don't even know how we will continue to fundraise for this nonprofit. Don't worry, the media's taking care of that for you. I'll be taking a break from social media for a bit. To the people who did this, thank you for breaking apart a family and crushing any hopes of our nonprofit to survive. I want to thank those who have stuck by us for the last 7 years to watch Peanut and his antics. I will set up a fundraiser for those who want to donate in Peanut's name. I'll never give up on this nonprofit or those who Wait a minute. You ready for a conspiracy theory? Yo. Peanut was sacrificed by his own owners to get attention for the nonprofit. and this whole thing has been organized. I hope that's not the case, but it would put a really interesting spin on this story. By the way, MSO says that's a very old Jackie the Joke Man joke. I heard it from Artie Lang. That's where I heard the Catholic and the Jew thing. I heard a joke from Norm Macdonald over the weekend, and it was what was it? A man's wife is in a coma. She will not come out of the coma. Doctor comes up to the man. He goes, "Sir, we've tried everything. She will not wake up. There's only one other thing we can try. It's a bit unorthodox, but I think it's worth a shot." And the man says, "All right, I'll try anything to get her to wake up. What do you need?" And he said, "Well, you're going to have to perform oral sex on her, and then she may wake up. There's been some studies, and we think it might help." And he says, "Well, anything." So the husband goes in, and he's in there for about 5 minutes. He comes running out. He grabs the doctor, and he goes, Doc, get in there and help her. She's choking." It's stupid. It's a stupid joke. It's no. It's a really, I didn't say it was awesome. I just said I heard it. All right, let's continue on. We're weaving with Peanut. We're weaving with Peanut today.
Peanut was the best thing that ever happened to us. And we got confirmation that they put him down.
Those are Peanut's parents, and in case you didn't know, Peanut was a social media superstar with nearly 1 million followers and...
The squirrel holds signs. Come on. The little guy holds signs up, and while the guy is baking, you're baking with Peanut.
Millions of views. And then just recently, officers from the Department of Environmental Conservation, search warrant in hand, swarmed Peanut's Freedom Farm, taking Peanut and a raccoon.
Yeah, when a jacked guy does really gay shit, like it's extra infuriating because you're like, I kind of want to call him a fag, but like he might be able to kick my ass. So there's nothing worse than seeing a guy like in a cow onesie and you kind of have to take it. You're like, if he was like 30 pounds lighter, I'd call him a queer.
We've confirmed the agency says they've received complaints about potential unsafe housing for wildlife that could carry rabies, even concerns over illegally keeping wildlife as pets.
The fact of the matter is they brought 8 officers here who ransacked my house for a squirrel and a raccoon and made me sit outside where I wasn't allowed to use the bathroom without a police escort.
What, I don't understand how you get the could be a risk of rabies thing. Then don't you have to round up every squirrel that's in the wild and not confined to a house and kill all of them too? I could argue that the squirrel inside the house has probably been treated, has been given shots, is less likely to be outside than other squirrels. It's not a rabies risk at all. It's a fucking squirrel. They're all over the place. Have you ever seen them? Rats give disease. They bite people. Well, rats were the cause of the bubonic plague, but that was some time ago. I would argue that any disease a rat could carry, a squirrel could just as easily carry.
It was 7 years ago. Longo took in Peanut the squirrel after seeing its mother get hit by a car.
Fuck.
Then just last year, Longo moved to Elmira, New York, and started Peanut's Freedom Farm, an animal sanctuary, a 501c3 nonprofit. Since then, rescuing more than 300 animals, saved by Peanut, whose followers help foot the bills. The Freedom Farm made up of veterinarians and caregivers dedicated to rescuing animals from abusive situations.
To take Peanut away from my family is not only, heart-wrenching, but then you take it away from the organization that solely gets its funding from social media that requires Peanut to get that funding. And without that, I really don't know how I'm going to be able to continue to get donations outside.
Peanut's death is your meal ticket, bro. This guy's looking at this all wrong. You're talking to my man the wrong way. It's the wrong tone. You do it again, I'm going to raid your house and kill your coon and squirrel. I don't know where he's getting this idea that without Peanut, he won't raise money from it. Nobody knew you had a farm, dude. Nobody knew you had an animal rescue. Now the entire fucking world knows you have a rescue. You're getting plenty of donations. You're getting enough donations that you'll have time to train up a new squirrel, and you'll be good.
Side of that. So you didn't just ruin my family, you ruined an organization that has saved over 300 animals in its first year.
DEC would not say who made the complaints, but even after all of this, Longo says Peanut may be gone, but he's not letting him reach the Rainbow Bridge in vain. And speaking of those legal battles, I've posted a link to a change.org petition. If you'd like to help, you can find it on therealpaulmueller, all one word, .com. In the meantime, as always, Here are those contact numbers.
That man has the iciest blue eyes I've ever seen in my life. It's troubling. It's hypnotizing in an odd way. Uh-oh, SP sent me a text and says, "We're not besties." Oh no. See, this is a thing women do. Dick, sleep together all the time. I say gay shit to you that I would never say to anyone else, none of my friends. But women don't see that as like a valued position. It's like, well, no, you have a best friend, and then there's something else. There's something over that, which is partner, you know? But they don't, you know, women want all the titles. You know, they want to unify the belts, so to speak. You got the big one. You got the big belt. You should be happy with the big belt. But I'm not your best friend. I mean, it's kind of, it's bogarting titles is what you're doing. Like, why can't one of my friends have the best friend title and you get the, you know, fucking, sleeping, cuddling, hanging out, doing romantic stuff title? Like, that's, I feel like that would be over best friend. The raccoon, Fred. Oh, that's why the raccoon isn't getting a lot of press, because he's just fucking Fred. The other one's Peanut, and he holds signs, but Fred's a lump. Let's see. Let's find out about Fred.
If I would have known that you wouldn't be here
great.
anymore.
More demonetization. So he's eating one of those pup cups that you get from like Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts. Gordy loves those. And now Fred's having one. I don't know. I might like Fred more than I like Peanut. Yeah, I like Fred. God, too many tattoos, sweetheart. It's just not, like, here's the problem with that. That gets old. Like, you're going to get old, and that's all going to look like shit. And you're going to have to explain it to people as you're older. Like, hey, what's that one about? And you're like, oh, that was when I was 26. I was rebellious as fuck. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's sagging now. It's not, like, as Carlin once said, doesn't anyone just, you know, remember shit anymore? Here's who should be able to get tattoos. Servicemen. Servicemen and servicewomen, they can get tattoos. Otherwise, it's just, you're gay. Because it's like, you're putting it on display for everyone, but the story's only cool to you. Like, have you ever heard someone explain their tattoos and you went, wow, that's amazing? It's always like, what, you couldn't take a fucking picture?
If I would known.
If you've been through some shit and people have shot at you and tried to kill you, you can write on your body if you want to. One time in October of 2021, I was just really sad and I wanted to remember. Nope, sorry. You don't get to etch ink on your body for that. I was in Kandahar and a fucking IED went off and killed 2 of my friends, and I've got shrapnel in my hip and I still don't walk right, and I had to kill 3 men just to escape from a valley. Like, yeah, you know what? You can do whatever the fuck you want, bro. That's why there's a valley here, and then there's a man down in the middle, and there's an angel over top of him, and then there's hellfire inside the valley. And we totally get it. 100% understand. Because you can be 90 years old and talking to your great-grandchildren about that tattoo, and that's still an incredible fucking story. Yeah, you know, back in the 2020s, I was just doing a lot of ayahuasca, and my mom was yelling at me a bunch, so I just got this rebel tattoo. Oh. So you were gay back then. Did you get cured? Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, is that April? No, I don't think I don't think April has quite that many tattoos. I don't think that's her, no. This woman went even more overboard. Thank you for the 199 Trucker 18-wheeler. Guys, we're $300 away from today. If you want to throw in some fake donos, I love fake donos. Let's see if we can't get down to 200 by the end of this hour. Okay, let's continue to learn. I think I'm a Fred guy more than I'm a Peanut guy. Sorry, guys. Hey, look at Fred. You know why? Because he kind of looks like my dog. That's why I'm a Fred guy. Wait, is that Peanut now? That's Peanut again. Where'd Fred go? There's Fred. Yeah, I'm a Fred dude. Hashtag Team Fred. See, there's Peanut again. Fuck Peanut. I like Fred. Fred's really getting he's short shrift in this couple. Elon Musk was commenting on Peanut. Oh, and then it brought Harambe back into the news as well. There were all these pictures and paintings of like Harambe in heaven with Peanut and Fred, and he was holding Peanut and Fred. And then there was Harambe, and they were all together in heaven. Yeah, whatever makes people feel better. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, oh, wait, too big of jugs. See, now that's not nice. That's for the size she was, they were fine. We don't need to go into tit comparing. For goodness sake. For goodness sake. Stevie Lou is tweeting that he's no longer a mod for Steel Toe. This is an end of an era. I ask you to respect my privacy at this time. We cleaned house and reset. Do you want it back? I'm heartbroken to hear you're sad about this. You know what? I will give Stevie Lou his mod back later today. I got to be honest with you guys. I feel really shitty that Stevie Lou is. I don't want Stevie Lou to be upset. I really don't. Oh boy, we got some news about we got Fauci news today. I love Fauci news. You got wow. You got Dr. Redfield is the ex-CDC director is throwing Fauci under the bus, saying they all knew that the Wuhan wet market thing was bullshit when they were pitching it. Ooh. So he's throwing Fauci under the bus, saying Fauci knew. Fauci knew that he was peddling a bunch of bullshit, but we all went with it. I don't respect that, because it's like, you knew it was bullshit too, but you went with it. I don't understand. We'll listen to his interview clip here in a second, but it's always an empty. It always feels like an empty victory when people shit on Fauci and talk about what he really knew and what he didn't know, because you sit there and you get that dopamine rush of like, yeah, fuck Fauci. He's a piece of shit. He took years off of our lives. And then after you get that initial rush of outrage that feels good, you go, oh yeah, but nothing's going to happen to this fucking guy. Like, he got away scot-free with millions of dollars. He's good. That's the part that sucks shit. Is that you're like, yeah, fuck Fauci. I'm glad we got more dirt on him. And then you got to go, okay, hollow victory. It's not going to mean anything. 300 away from today. Let's make it a goal day, huh? What do you say? Bappa Shop says it's always an empty Celsius can. If you want to look at it that way. Let's throw in some fake donos and get this 300 taken care of. I say just get it down to 200 in the next half hour, and we'll be on pace for a good day today. Let's go ahead and watch this, and then we're done with Peanut, by the way. Coming up next, we got a little problem on ESPN College Game Day, where I guess Jason Kelce had to confront a guy for calling his brother a gay F word. That's fun television, as they say. Then we've got, I don't know if you saw the Tucker Carlson story, and I don't know if Tucker Carlson is losing his mind, or if leaving Fox News, he just gets to be who he always was. And like, he gets to just be unshackled. But I guess Tucker Carlson is talking about like how he was literally attacked by demons and left bleeding in his bed or some shit. It was weird. I haven't watched it yet, but I read about it. Sounds a little fucked up. Go ahead and throw in your $5-10. We appreciate you guys keeping this show on the air with your donations. Let's go to this Redfield thing. I'm always up for people shitting on Dr. Fauci.
My own view is that this virus was not of natural origin. It was an act of scientific arrogance.
He's blamed in the early days for a lot of the problems with the pandemic. But then there's other reports that say that he told Fauci that this was most likely a lab leak, and he was excluded from all these secret teleconferences that were happening.
Now, if you guys don't know who Dr. Redfield is, he was the CDC director at the time. The CDC director was locked out of secret meetings that Fauci was having, and Redfield was saying, guys, this came from a lab in China. This came from the Wuhan lab. He was taking the Jon Stewart angle. He's like, well, we have a coronavirus that got loose in Wuhan, China, the same place where they have the coronavirus lab. It makes sense. That, like, Jon Stewart roasting Stephen Colbert on his own show is one of the funniest things, unscripted moments in television. When Jon Stewart's just going, oh, there's been an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Could it be bats, or is it the fucking chocolate factory? Like, so this Redfield, the CDC director, goes, yeah, this is a lab leak, 100%. And Fauci's having, like, secret, you can't come into our fucking treehouse meetings to be like, let's tell them all it was bats. We don't want to piss off China. They've given our president a lot of money in that whole Burisma thing. And, you know, he can't be upsetting them. You know, they're committing genocide against Muslims, and we called it different cultural norms. So we got to be nice. They're trying to get rid of their Hong Kong protesters. We're trying to get rid of Trump. So, you know, we both need something out of this deal. By the way, Staska, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. We appreciate that, buddy. You're the man. Thanks for hanging in with us as long as you have. 290, excuse me, away from today. 290 away from today's goal. Thank you. Keep going.
He's also a colleague of Fauci's for 40 years. It's incredible.
And then in 2018, they get put in the same orbit again when Redfield gets appointed to be the director of the CDC.
Everyone, you know, without any critical analysis, attributed this to the wet market. And nobody went back and looked at people that had nothing to do with the wet market. And
yeah, so this Redfield's like, yeah, the wet market, that doesn't make any sense. If there was an outbreak of, like, everyone in China is shitting their pants and puking at the same time, like if there's norovirus or a stomach problem or something like that, yeah, go ahead and look at the wet markets. Although, I think Chinese people just might have cast iron stomachs at this point. Like, you look at the shit they eat, like the gutter oil, the wet markets, all of this stuff. They may have evolved now with digestive systems that, like, you could pump diesel fuel through them and they'll be fine. Is that racist, by the way? Is it racist that I said that? I don't want to be racist. But, like, I'm not actively avoiding it either.
a couple days later, George Gao called me back and he said, Bob, we have hundreds of cases and it has nothing to do with the wet market.
Wait a minute. Time out. Is this the Chinese doctor that died of COVID? Do you remember there was that Chinese doctor? He was talking about the Wuhan lab, and then all of a sudden that guy got COVID and died. And this was before we knew that people his age that were of good health didn't really die from COVID. They just got kind of a cold-like thing, and then they bounced back in a week. Uh-oh.
So we knew by the first couple days in January that this wet market story, in my view, was a ruse.
So basically, like, Kobe was still alive when we knew that this was a lab leak thing.
I called the National Security Council, and I told them that there was a situation in China, and then I called Anthony Fauci. And I told him, as a clinical virologist, this virus was way too infectious in humans right out of the gate. I felt strongly that it had been educated in the laboratory.
And Redfield knew that the Wuhan Institute of Virology was the most famous lab in the world for researching coronaviruses. So the idea that this virus came from a lab is very reasonable.
We were talking about...
Why the fuck do you have a mask? Like, isn't this wild now to look at almost 5 years later? Why the fuck are you wearing a mask in your office on the phone? Why the fuck were we wearing masks ever? Why? Like 5 years later, you're like, Jesus Christ, we were dumb.
About it. And Tony argues that my premise is wrong, that I believed it came from the lab. And it was clear the aggressive support for the wet market being the source. I thought that Tony should embrace scientific investigation, but Tony only considered a single hypothesis, was spillover, 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 spillover.
And again, this guy was shut out of private meetings that this guy was having. The CDC director was cut out of meetings with this guy. And don't we have, like, didn't Rand Paul get emails of Fauci's pointing out that, like, Fauci, even back in, like, February of 2020, was going, yeah, I think this might be the lab leak thing. The lab leak thing is probably the most reasonable explanation. I mean, but again, like, that's nice to hear. It's nice to hear Redfield say this, but, like, where's his fucking balls to come out and say this shit in, like, January of 2020 or February? Because now it's too late. Nothing's going to happen to Fauci. You know, I mean, Trump can get elected, but what's Trump going to do? Trump sat there and did all of Fauci's bidding for him while he was president. Sucked the vaccines dick, the whole deal. So, there's nothing we can do to Fauci. Like, Fauci's free and clear. So it's great to know this stuff. It's awesome, but everyone always comes out with this stuff way too late. And then they get to do their victory lap and be like, oh, I stood up to Fauci. I told the world the truth. And I'm like, yeah, after we can't do anything. It's like coming out and exposing Bill Cosby after the statute of limitations has expired. And you're like, well, great. Thanks for telling me now, but you knew 40 years ago, and now we can't do anything about it. Now, Dead Game is convinced. He's telling me you'll see Aaron. Bullshit. He's not going to get away with it. I've lived too long, and I've watched too much of this shit. Nothing's going to happen to him. I'm sorry. Even if the Republicans get the House, the Senate, and the presidency, I don't think they're getting it. I mean, maybe my uncle will tell me that Fauci's already gone to Guantanamo Bay and they already got him, but I don't buy it. I don't think it's I don't have any faith that we're ever going to get any of these guys. Ever. Jesus, somebody, Eric sent me a story on Facebook. Local central Minnesota man gets 5 years for child pee offender and bestiality. Gets 5 years in prison. God, that guy's fucked up all the way around. He's a weirdo. He's covering all the bases. $290 away from today's goal. If you guys feel like chipping in and throwing us a few bucks, I appreciate it. That would be great. We got 20 minutes until 8 o'clock. I'd like to be at 200 by 8. Really, I'd just like to knock this thing out today and get off to a great start. Thank you guys for all your support. Every dollar you put in goes towards keeping this show on the air. So that goal is the amount of money we need to keep this program going for us to be able to focus on it and do it. So rest assured that everything you give us goes towards keeping the show on the air, and we appreciate you. So let's rally up and let's see if we can get this thing handled here in the next few minutes. Thank you. And be sure that if you contribute on PayPal or Streamlabs or Venmo, that you make sure to point out that it is indeed a fake donation. We need to make sure that that's made clear to the entire audience. So there's the links in the chat. Go ahead and throw us a couple of bucks. We appreciate all of your support. So College Game Day was fucking lit this weekend. Apparently some guy was calling Jason Kelce's brother Travis a fag. And Jason Kelce did not appreciate that. We have a lot of these videos. We got to get through this because this is also kind of a media misrepresentation of things too. Like, this is kind of a, jackasses jumping to conclusions and all that. Some guy was hassling Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce was on College Game Day. on ESPN, their big college football pregame show. By the way, Sky U Mile, row the boat, go Gophers. We beat number 24 Illinois this weekend. We went to 4-2 in the Big Ten. We've got Rutgers next week. We got a few votes in the NCAA coaches poll for the top 25. So I think if we beat Rutgers, we might be able to move up and get ranked just in time for us to play number 6, number 7, whatever they are now, Penn State at home. Shit. But we've gotten ourselves into a pretty good season. The Gophers have. I just hope we can win at least 2 of these last 3 games. So a bunch of Penn State fans were giving Jason Kelce shit because his brother Travis is dating Taylor Swift. Now, what would possess these spindly little gay-looking college kids? Probably alcohol. But what would encourage them to talk to Jason fucking Kelce this way? I don't know. It's either booze or mental retardation. Either way, there's plenty at college campuses. So Jason Kelce has some fans heckling him. They start calling his brother the gay F word for dating Taylor Swift, which makes no fucking sense to me. I don't really understand how a guy getting to bang a really hot, famous chick with lots of money makes you gay, but apparently makes you gay. I will say the one positive from this story, it's good to know that young people are still using the gay F word. It's good to, not like at gay people, like that would be hateful and terrible, but I'm glad that they're still kicking it around casually, that it hasn't died yet. But let's check it out.
Kelce. Hey, Kelce! How do you feel your brother's a faggot?
Uh-oh.
Kelce, can I get a fist bump? Kelce, can I get a fist bump?
Oh, now I don't know if you saw this because this guy's a fucking retard who sucks shit at filming cool stuff. But you hear the guy in the background yell, "How does it feel to know your brother's a gay F word?" And you see Travis Kelce, you can hear it too. He takes the guy's phone and just, boom, right on the ground.
Kelce, can I get a fist bump? Kelce, can I get a fist bump?
Boom. Nice. I like it. I like that shit. You don't just get to go up to some guy who's like 320 pounds, just start throwing the gay F word at him. Fuck that. You don't just get to walk up to that guy and go, "Yeah, your brother's a gay F." It's like, technically, Jason Kelce should be allowed to punch that kid in the face and decimate him. But grabbing his phone and smashing it on the ground, that's cool too. It would have been even cooler if Kelce pulled out a wad of cash and just gave the guy like $1,500. I was like, "Here, go buy a new one, you fuck." Let's, we got another angle. I'll take another. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love that clip. Who's the faggot now? Dude, this is the posture of a man who cannot move because he has to finish shitting his pants. Jason, dude, if that monster ogre human, 6'3", 6'4", 320 pounds, gets in your face and goes, "Who's the faggot now?" There's only one correct answer. You look right back at him and you go, "I am, sir. I'm the faggot." That would be me.
Oh my God. Yeah.
God. Good for him, man. I'm 100% on Travis Kelce's side. Do we have more? Okay, we got more video. I'm all for more video.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. Big mistake, motherfucker. Big mistake. How is he not allowed? Like, Law of the Jungle says he gets to kill and eat that kid.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude. That sucks. Like, I get it. Like, the civilized human being in Jason Kelce is like, if I touch this kid, he's going to get millions of dollars. But like the Law of the Jungle says, he gets to grab that kid by the ankles and just smash his head against the pavement like 10 times. And like in a perfect world, everybody watching would tell the police when they got there, I didn't see anything. I think the kid fell. And then Jason Kelce is totally fine and gets away with it. Everybody, everybody wipes out their phones. There's no video of Jason Kelce doing anything wrong. That's the way it should be. Dead Game says he doesn't have millions. You might want to check that out, my man. Go type in Kelce Brothers podcast contract. Dead Game. He says he was a half-ass football player. Ooh, you might want to check into that too. I think Jason Kelce might be a Hall of Fame center. There's a chance. But I don't know. That's a bitch move by that kid. To go up to a guy can kill you with his bare hands, but he can't, he's not allowed to, and to just start saying the gay F word at him. Somebody should have knocked him out. Because Travis dances like a gay F word while singing Swiftie music. I mean, go ahead. Go ahead and talk about him that way, but I don't know. I'm not going that route. Coltrane says that he's worth $30 million. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I agree with King Kong Dong. Jason Kelce's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He retired, last year? He's going to be a Hall of Fame center. There's no doubt about that. But damn, man. More video has emerged. The person whose phone Kelce smashed demanded it back. I mean, here. I mean, take it. Best of luck. Jason Kelce lost it at a person in Pennsylvania. The former NFL star turned commentator was in Happy Valley for the matchup between Ohio State and Penn State, and a crowd started following the star, cheering him on, asking for fist bumps. Then the one guy calls his brother a gay F word. Good luck. And yeah, I mean, the only shitty part about that is that the guy clearly got away with it, which kind of sucks. You want more justice than that. All right, guys, still 290 away, still 10 minutes away from 8 o'clock. We're running behind here on a Monday, but I'm hoping you guys will rally for us and we can knock this thing out and get off to a good start this weekend. 290 is the number. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks, and hopefully we can get this thing knocked out. Pretty bone dry at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. I mean, those are the free ways to do it. If money's tight, I understand that. I get it 1,000%. If you can support the show financially, do. But if you can't, make sure you're at least hitting thumbs up. Make sure you're at least hitting share. Make sure you're at least hitting subscribe. We do appreciate that. The Tucker Carlson thing is weird. We're going to go through this now. Tucker Carlson was apparently attacked by demons. And it's kind of a thing where you want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. Like if it was just some random and he was like, yeah, I was attacked by demons and they left me bloody, you'd be like, okay, we might need to call somebody for this dude. But like when it's Tucker Carlson, you kind of want to be like, wow, maybe there really are demons and Tucker was attacked by them. Like Mr. Dietz in Charles Dietz in what movie was he in where he got attacked by demons? Fuck it. God damn it. Devil's Advocate. Jeffrey, what was his name? Charles Dietz. Who played Charles Dietz? Jeffrey, I'm going to guess before I had entered. Jeffrey M. It starts with an M, I think. Oh, Jeffrey Jones. All right. Well, I fucked that up. But yeah, you get attacked like Jeffrey Jones in The Devil's Advocate. Maybe it's real because it's Tucker. You want to believe it. But Tucker, I guess, was on some guys. He was being interviewed by some guy, and he shared a story about how he got attacked by demons in the middle of the night. Let's check it out.
Do you think the presence of evil is kickstarting people to wonder about the good?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to you?
Oh, yeah. I had a direct experience with it.
In the milieu of journalism or just?
Nope, in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled. Physically mauled.
By the dogs? You're going to say the dogs, right, Tucker? Like the dogs got a parasite or something and they went ape shit and they just started attacking you?
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon.
What?
Or by something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks.
Bro, I got bad news. This happened to me in my last marriage. You were asleep and your wife had sex with you, and she scratched you up a bit. It happens. If it happened to me, it can happen to you. It wasn't demons, dude. Your wife is fucking with you. She's playing a prank on you. She didn't know that you were going to go on a fucking movie and talk about it. If so, she would have told you she was just fucking with you and that it wasn't. Oh, Tucker.
Oh, they're still there. Yeah. 1.5 years ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I wasn't. I was totally confused. I woke up and I couldn't breathe and I thought I was going to suffocate, and I walked around outside, and then I walked in and my wife and dogs had not woken up, and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains on my rib cage and on my shoulder, and I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms.
I'm uncomfortable. Does this mean we have to stop listening to Tucker now? Or, like, this is one of those things that tests, like, how deep your political bias is. Because if you're so righty, like, if you're so conservative, fucking Trump wins, this is awesome, you're going to be like, oh, man, well, now, I mean, if some guy would have told me that demons attacked him and left claw marks on him, I would have said that guy needs to be fit for a fucking straitjacket. But it's Tucker Carlson saying it, so I clearly believe in demons now. I don't know, man. I'm thinking your wife had a bad dream. Your dogs had a bad dream. Might have scratched around, maybe clawed you up a little bit. Even if I have a really good friend or a family member and they start saying, oh, yeah, I was asleep and my dogs were in the bed, and my wife was in the bed, and it's like demons attacked me and they left claw marks and other, you'll just kind of see me like slowly backing away. She's like, yeah, demons for sure. Let's, is Uncle Tucker okay? Or is this something we need to just let it go? He's got a lot of money.
And on my left shoulder, they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails. And they didn't fit.
Well, then that proves it. It's demons. So the demons have fingernails? I'm trying to, so the demons go into your room, they have fingernails, and the thing demons do is they claw you up. Why? Like, so you didn't fight off the demons just clawed you up and then bailed, they split?
My hands anyway, but yeah, that happened. So I'm not from a world where things like that happen. I never heard of anything like that happening before. I had no idea what that was. I knew it was spiritual immediately.
You did? Okay, that was gonna be my question.
Yeah. I don't understand to this day. I'm not going to put it.
You didn't try to refute the spiritual part in your own mind. You went right.
You know, Fox News right now. I know Tucker's happy to be free of Fox News, and he's doing very well. But Fox News is also watching this, going, "Thank Christ, we don't have to release a statement on this shit."
Right into the.
Well, it didn't make any sense, and it doesn't now. But I'm not from a, what do they call it, faith tradition that talks about things like that or even acknowledges their existence. Like.
Yeah, doesn't he come from like the Swanson's TV dinner people? Like, isn't that his thing? He's the Swanson kid.
There's nothing like that. I've never heard anybody say anything like that in my whole life.
What was the next day like?
Well, the next morning I woke up and I thought that was the weirdest dream I've ever had. And then I saw blood on my sheets and I realized that was not a dream at all. I called my assistant, who was like the only evangelical Christian I know, well enough to call with something bizarre like that.
Think twice about it, Think twice. Oh, yeah, I have a spiritual assistant. And look, I'm going to tell you, Tucker, this is really going to test their spirituality. They're going to be like, I think my boss is a fucking schizo.
Totally bizarre like that. And she said, oh, yeah, no, that happens. Yeah, people are attacked in their bed by demons. What?
No, I disagree. Tucker, I hate to call your assistant out on the carpet here, but I disagree with her. vehemently. I don't think this happens.
What are you even talking about? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not leaving anything out, and I'm not pretending to understand that. I can only say what happened to me, and that did happen to me. And then I was seized with this very intense desire to read the Bible, which I then started without any study aids or anything. I bought a Bible that didn't have any. I'm not interested in editorializing in the Bible. I just want to read it and see what's.
Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, just read the fucking thing. I love how people like they'll read the Bible and then they'll tell you, well, it means this and it means that. Like, you don't fucking know. Shut up. You have your dumb ideas just like the rest of us. Knock it off.
In there myself. I have very low levels of trust for Christian pastors, most of whom, I'm just not a fan at all. And sorry.
That's because, bro, if it ain't Catholic, they're getting it wrong. No, I understand that. Like, the Protestants are a little too, and I'm not a religious guy, but like Protestants are a little too allowing of everything. They're more interested in the marketing of religion than they are the actual like teaching and like following of it. Like they want the numbers to be solid, Whereas I will say the Catholic Church's problem is they're maybe not worried about the PR stuff enough, because switching PDF file priests to, diocese to diocese and covering that shit up, it's going to make people lose faith in you. But like when it comes to adhering to the rules and sticking to the fucking rules, I think the Catholics get closer than anybody.
I say that, but that's how I feel. And so I just didn't.
I mean, technically, the Westboro Baptist Church gets they get closer than anybody. Like, if you want to know God's real position on like homosexuals and shit, like protesting soldiers' funerals is shitty, and the Westboro Baptist Church is hateful and terrible. But like, they're not that far off on how, especially the Old Testament God feels about dudes and dudes.
I don't want to hear other people's opinions. I just want to see what's in there. And so I spent a year and a half reading it, and then I started rereading it. And it was just a transformative experience for me, but I'm not, holding myself out as someone from whom you could get theological advice, because...
No, you're just a guy who was attacked by invisible demons in his bed and then started reading the Bible. Look, I like Tucker. I think Tucker's a sharp guy. I think Tucker's good. But, like, you can't let your political affiliation get in the way of you going, yeah, that Tucker, no offense, that sounds kind of fucky, dude. Like, that sound. Look, I love your political takes, and this election season you've been awesome, and you do some really interesting interviews, but I'm just going to kind of, if you don't mind, Tucker, I'm going to hang back. I'm going to keep quiet on the whole you getting attacked by demons thing, and I'm going to let you have that one. Fauci's Pangolin says, do you think the Catholics are done fucking children? Oh, no. Not at all. I don't. I think you're going to see it next come out of the Latino diocese. I think that's where you're going to see it next. That's where you're going to see the next big run of abuse stories, in my opinion. We are 285 away from today. Thank you to Fauci's Pangolin for the $5. Tucker was attacked by Area 51 aliens. Spiritual warfare, Aaron. Yeah, Tucker told us, he said, don't give me unprepared. You knew back at Roswell, the Area 51, you knew then, and you did nothing. So no, Doom Clone says Tucker is cooked, R.I.P. I don't think so. I think a lot of people feel like Tucker is too important to their movement, and they'll just kind of let this one go. I'm telling you. Like, if Tucker was, like, on The Blaze, or The Blaze, he might even survive it on The Blaze. But if he was on, like, a mainstream news thing, yeah, this might, everyone would go, wow, he's fucking crazy. There's no way. But, like, he's on his own now, so people can kind of pick and choose what they want to be critical of Tucker for. And the whole, I was attacked in my bed by demons. And they left scratches on my body, like again, like it's the devil's advocate. I don't know. Like, did Tucker wake up going, the book says we lose? And the demons went, consider the source. Yeah, see, Dead Game in all caps says, don't think for a second he's lying. I do, though. Like, I'm not lying. I believe that Tucker believes what he's saying. I've never encountered, it's hard for me to believe him because I've never encountered a situation where demons attack people in their sleep. I don't know. Johnny K writes, it's official. Tucker sunning your balls has fried your brain. Yeah, wasn't Tucker promoting like the nut sunning, like sunning your taint? Perineum sunning. That's where you sun your asshole. And it's supposed to like give you good vibes only. If you let the sun beat down. Like you literally, I think you lay on your back and you pull your ass cheeks apart and you pull your balls up and you let the sun beat down on your anus. And it's called perineum sunning. It's a real thing. You want to know? Now you know. He's been hanging out with Alex Jones too much, who has a similar story about being thrown around. Yeah, I think his wife might have gotten on top of him while he was sleeping and did some damage, you know? Doomclone says it's going to be difficult to see Tucker as a legit source of anything now, at least personally. I mean, I'll like him when he has a take that, you know, I like, or when he has an interesting take on something. But, like, as far as, like, demons attacked me while I was sleeping, again, I'm going to have a hard time with that one. Let's throw a quick thank you out to Gordy. Gordy with $2 over on PayPal says, Gordy for president. Indeed. Well, yeah, he was born here. He'll be all right. Guys, we have, Triple N says, Aaron is up on all the latest butthole treatments. I only know perineum sunning. I only know it. 20 Cookie 20 says, so Tucker's wife and 4 kids, a long-term scam. He's a rich straight guy. I don't know. I would assume he is. I think so. Guys, we are 285 away from today. That's an ugly number to look at 8:05. We've been going for a couple hours today. We've made about $45. Let's see if we can move it up a little bit. Thank you guys so much for supporting us, everything you do to keep this show on the air. If more of you could throw in and rally up for us, there's plenty of options. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Gift those memberships. Those are great. I appreciate that. Anything you can do to knock down that 285, I would appreciate it. We took some hard L's on Monday and Tuesday morning last week. I'd really like to see that end. I'd like to see that trend end because you guys have worked really hard, and I really appreciate it, getting us back to even. We went back to under 0 a little bit after last week. So this will be an ongoing struggle, Mein Kampf, if you will. If you've got anything to throw at us today, we would appreciate it. 285 is the number. Do what you can to get that number down. And if you can't give us any money, at least be an active audience member. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the program. We hope you're enjoying yourself today. Did you see that? We got a couple days left of election stuff. We got today and tomorrow, and then you got, of course, also, you've got what's going to happen afterwards. Of course, they're already on we're not going to know the results for weeks, and we might not know for a while. And it's like, oh boy, here we go. But Tim Walz was out there getting a little bucky this weekend. I don't know if this is a sign of desperation. I don't know if this is just a slip of the tongue, like, Hulk Hogan telling Vince McMahon he's the right gay guy at the right time. But Tim Walz just up and called Elon Musk a homo this weekend. he was giving a speech in Detroit, and I guess Tampon Tim wanted to be a tough guy, and he decided to call Elon Musk queer. Let's check it out. This is on PBS, by the way.
If you're a billionaire, Elon Musk, for example, say, that gay guy, Michigan knows that word. Look, that dude.
That gay guy. And it was just out of nowhere, too. I feel like it was a misspeak. Because first of all, the fucking nerve of Tim Walz to call anybody else gay. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real.
Elon Musk, for example, say that gay guy. Michigan knows that word. Look.
But gay? I mean, gay's a pretty common. I mean, how can you not know gay? I mean, with your guys' policies, I mean, the word gay is etched into our brain. Every time someone passes legislation, you guys don't like, oh, it's the don't say gay bill. Well, now we're all saying gay. Thanks a lot. But Elon Musk is a gay guy? Doesn't Elon Musk just like knock chicks up and then give them a few $1 million and say, here you go? Didn't he? Like, I don't want to fuck this up and get it wrong, but like, didn't Elon Musk have like a kid with what's her name? The Johnny Depp broad, Amber Heard, the Aquaman chick. Didn't he knock her up and just hand her money and go, here you go, have the kid? I mean, maybe that could be gay, but I just like Tim Walz calling anybody gay is a little off to me. Like I don't, Tim Walz doesn't belong. It's a consider the source kind of an issue with Tim Walz. Gay guy, no. Someone says somebody yelled the gay F word, and that's why he said it. Let's try again.
If you're a billionaire, Elon Musk, for example, say that gay guy.
I didn't hear the gay F word. Hold on.
Say that gay guy.
One more time.
For example, say that gay guy. Michigan knows that word.
I didn't hear the gay F word. I don't know what that guy said.
Example, say that gay guy. Michigan knows that word. Look, that dude.
Elon, like it's the last days before the election in a swing state that you're losing in, and you're not doing well with, and you're gonna spend these precious last few hours. You're calling Elon Musk gay. I don't really know if that's gonna put you across the finish line. Dive Bar says no. The guy yelled out gay. Okay. Fauci's Pangolin says the gay F word. Okay. Ted Kane says Walz is a great representative for Minnesota. Oh, that has been I've been enjoying and also horrified by the rest of the country getting to know Tim Walz. One thing that's been nice about the rest of the country getting to know Tim Walz is that we don't feel crazy. You know, because we're like, God, this guy fucking sucks. He's terrible. It would have been awful if Tim Walz would have gotten on like the national stage and everyone would have loved him and embraced him and went, wow, you know, this guy, he's a reasonable Democrat. I like him. And then all of us in Minnesota would have had to go, oh, shit. So we're just being cunts then. But it was nice that the whole country got to know this guy. And even Democrats are like, he was the wrong pick. They should have chosen somebody else. There's already people saying that they're going to blame Tim Walz if this doesn't go well. Like Tim Walz is going to be the scapegoat, kind of like Sarah Palin was in 2008 for John McCain. Tim Walz is going to be Kamala Harris's Sarah Palin. They're going to be like, well, if she would have picked somebody else, I think we might have had more of a shot. But Tim Walz calling anyone else gay, I mean, it's just, I feel like that criticism would bounce off you if it came from Walz. Thank you guys very much. 285 is the number today. Thank you very much. Someone texting into the text line. Did you cover April tweeting over the weekend crazy again? No, there's no need to. I just, I hope, again, I've been saying for months now, I hope she gets healthy. I hope she gets toxicity out of her life, and I hope she rebuilds better than ever. I do. I don't, like I've been saying, it doesn't cost you anything to be nice, and there are people that deserve criticism and mockery, certainly, but I don't think she does. And, you can tell. Everybody who wants to see the tweets can see the tweets, and it's clear that she's having a hard time. And, You don't want people to struggle like that. And, everyone knows what's causing the issue. And I hope she removes that poison from her life. And because, she's young yet, she can have a great life. She really can. It's up to her. She's more powerful than I think she even knows she is. Coltrane with $1 says if they win, then we get his Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. She's worse than Walz. Oh, yeah. Peggy Flanagan's certifiable. She's like the next wave of extreme liberal. Peggy Flanagan could lead that charge. She's textbook for sure. Camo Girl with $4.99 says Viking Victory Monday. Yes, Skol indeed. Thank you very much. That puts us 280 away from today. Hey, keep rallying it up, guys. Keep those 5-10 coming at a time. We appreciate it. Let's see if we can get this thing down to 0 today. Keep Steel Toe going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Let's take a look and see. Okay, nothing on that one. That was just an extra tab I had open. Oh, yeah, this guy, the Clark County, Ohio sheriff's lieutenant who got in a little bit of trouble. I'm telling you, man, this election needs to end before everyone starts losing their jobs. Everybody getting political on the job. That's one of the things social media did for us or against us is that it kind of blurred the professional and personal. Back before social media, you could be a police officer and then you could have political signs in your yard or whatever. And that would be the extent of it. That would be the end of it. I also feel like before social media, we could make fun of each other for our politics easier. Because you could be at work and you could be, at the water cooler, as they say. And you'd be like, oh, yeah, you hear Tim's voting for Kamala? And you're like, Tim, you're going to wear a dress to work on election day? You just kind of bust each other's balls. Well, what are you, a Democrat? Hey, you want to take some more of my money? Stupid shit like that. People would just make fun of each other. Like it was sports teams. Now with social media, everyone's a pundit. Everyone feels like they're one tweet, one Instagram post, one Facebook post, one TikTok away from getting a job at MSNBC or Fox News. Oh, man, wait till they get a hold of me. I mean, this is a hot take. This is incredible. You guys aren't going to believe what I just found out about politics. Did you know that taxes are bullshit? Wow. Get this guy an agent. Hey, guys, you know what? I've been ruminating on it for a long time, and I've come to a very novel position. Racism is bad. Wow. Get this guy a primetime show. So people go on social media now. It gets them in trouble at work. They're posting about politics. They get called into HR's office. And you can go, well, I was off the clock. I wasn't. Well, the lines are blurred now. You put things out there in public. Other people at work, they get offended, they get pissed off, whatever, you can get yourself in trouble. It happened to a sheriff's lieutenant in Ohio. Now, again, it's a Facebook post. It's a cop. It's a public servant. And he's going off about the election, which rarely ever ends up well. Here we go. This is from WHIO in Ohio.
We start here at 5 with those Facebook posts that have several people who have reached out to us concerned. A Clark County Sheriff's Lieutenant posted that he would not protect people who voted for Kamala Harris. Hello.
Yeah, see, now you've just invited the workplace in because now you've taken your job as a police officer and you've opened it up to the rest of the world and you go, fuck you, I won't help you. Yeah, I don't think they're going to read that too kindly in the office.
Hello, I'm James Brown.
I'm Cheryl McHenry. News Center 7's Mike Campbell joins us live from Clark County. Mike, the deputy has been disciplined, and you're learning there may have been a medical issue involved here.
Yeah, he got struck retarded. He was sitting at his computer, and he goes, you know what would be a good idea? Is to tell people I won't help them as a police officer if I find out they voted for Kamala. It's like, oh, guys, don't worry. It's a medical issue. He had you know how you can get like temporary sleep paralysis or like a Bell's palsy attack and it'll go back to normal after a while. He got an attack of retard, And after like 30, 40 minutes, it goes away. And then, yeah, I mean, it's messy. You got to go back. You got to delete your post. But, like, you recover.
Well, that was what was included in the report that we received, Cheryl. Now, what the deputy we're talking about is Lieutenant John Rogers here from the Clark County Sheriff's Department. And he said in some of his posts that he would take a voter's preference about the presidential election into account as he responded to calls. And some of those posts on social media have been shared more than 250,000 times.
What the fuck? I'm sorry for getting distracted by this, but like, what the fuck is that charging contraption that he has? Like, I'm trying to see. I see the charger plug in, and then there's a thing going down his wrist, and then it's what, wrapping around his wrist and going down, and what? It's fucking elaborate. Does this guy have like a USB jack in his asshole? Where is that cord going? Show me. This is a new thing. I didn't know this existed before.
Lieutenant John Rogers has been on the Clark County Sheriff's Department more than 20 years. He currently serves as the road patrol supervisor.
By the way, quick question. Is this going to happen to all of us someday, this neck thing? Or is that just if you get really fat? Let me know, because I'll do one of those like fat melting things. I don't know if it's pills or an injection or whatever, because I don't want that. That's not something I'd like.
But recent posts have him and the department in hot water. Facebook
Gino, what?
Posts shared with us show that Rogers said, "I am sorry if you support the Democrat Party, I will not help you." Another said he would find which of you supports the Democratic Party, and I will not help you survive the end of days.
Don't worry, Tucker Carlson will. After that demon attack, he's become a lot more understanding. If he's still here after the rapture, he'll help you out. God damn it, dude. Quit sounding crazy on the internet. You're a fucking cop. Like, look, man, if you worked behind the meat counter at the grocery store, you can write this shit until you're blue in the face. Nobody's going to care. But like, when you're a police officer, you have a certain standing into the community. People are going to find this shit.
Another indicated people would need to provide proof of who you voted for if you ask me for help.
And here's the other thing. We fucking get it. This is your fourth post about the issue. You already said it. Again, this is the problem that with social media, is that people really think they're deep thinkers now. You know, people think that they're political pundits. They think they're all going to be invited on a panel show tomorrow. So they're like, here's my fucking hot take. Here's a hot take. Hot take culture is shit, and it's ruined a lot of things. Like, everyone just going, how can I have the hottest take? How can I come up with the most shocking conversational, discussion item? And like, in things like sports talk radio and morning radio and like ESPN morning talk shows, that's fine. In politics, it just makes us all retarded.
We reached out to the Sheriff's Department Friday, and the Chief Deputy Mike Young sent me a statement about their investigation into the incident. It reads, in part, "It is understood that while these comments are highly inappropriate, they in no means reflect the Clark County Sheriff's Office delivery of service to all of our community and does not reflect the mission and values of the Sheriff's Office. We are..."
Yes, we just needed to put a post out there to remind everyone that the Sheriff's Office does not believe that if you vote for Kamala, we'll leave you in a burning building.
Sorry that our officer demonstrated this behavior, and we have taken action against the behavior at an appropriate administrative level. That statement also referenced a possible medical issue involved in Rogers' actions. We also obtained the investigative file and discovered in an inter-office communication with supervisors that Rogers wrote, "I don't remember writing these posts or deleting any posts.
No.
I have been prescribed sleep aids by my doctor to assist me with a sleeping disorder. It does cause some of my communication, to include texting and making phone calls, to be out of character, which is a documented side effect."
Don't do that. Don't do that's almost as bad as the "I was hacked" thing. Oh, yeah, I'm on prescription sleep medication, and I always find it to be a good idea to be on my phone and on social media when I'm on fucking Ambien. And so I just start, tweeting and Facebook posting like a madman. Come on. You believe that shit. You went a little nuts. You got a little worked up with the election. Look, man, everybody's worked up with the election. Everybody's going crazy over this fucking election. Believe me, it's obnoxious. But don't do the I have sleep aids. And, it makes me sound crazy, and I'm so sorry. It's like when Anthony Weiner got caught texting pictures of his cock to the Sydney Leathers or whatever her name was. And, God, the useless information I keep in my fucking head. I don't like it. By the way, his nickname was, you remember the name he used? Carlos Danger. You remember when Anthony Weiner was Carlos Danger? Look, if my last name was Weiner, I'd go by a pseudonym too, but Carlos Danger. What was Michael Vick had a weird one too. Michael Vick had a weird surname that he used for the dogfighting stuff. It was Ron Mexico. Ron Mexico, Carlos Danger, the whole wild shit, man. Thank you very much to Michael. He says thanks, Toe, and throws us $10. Very kind of you. We'll get back to this story in a second. We do have to throw out a couple thank yous. Thank you very much to Michael with $10. Flinty Gecko with $50. Holy shit. Wow. Thank you for the fake donos, guys. I appreciate that. Mac with a gifted membership over on YouTube. Thank you. Jacob Cheeseburger Westerhouse says, watch Doom clip about me over the weekend. There's a Doom. Somebody send me the link to Doom talking about cheese. I don't know what's up with cheese. Helgi says Aaron has a photographic memory of useless shit. I do. Ron Mexico and Carlos Danger. I know the names. What can I tell you? Hey, that $60 that just came in. Thank you guys very much. I agree with Dead Game. Let's fucking go. Rally it up. We're 220 away. Let's see if we can get to 100 by 9 o'clock. Thank you guys very much. 220 is the number. You guys are the best. Keep her going, man. Flinty Gecko with a hot 50. Couple more of those and we're done for the day. Thanks, boys and girls. All of the links are in the chat. Let's see if we can rally it up and really get this thing going. All right, back to Officer I was on Ambien and shit posting about Kamala.
Now, we have confirmed that Rogers received a written reprimand for violating the social media policy here at the Sheriff's Department, but we were also told that he is still in place as the Road Patrol Division's commander here at the Sheriff's Department. We will let you know if we learn about any additional discipline handed down. Reporting live in Springfield, Mike Campbell, News Center 7.
All right, Mike.
Thank you very much.
1,000 runners. Congratulations.
Someone just sent into the text, block that doxing douchebag. Who's a doxing douchebag? I don't get it. I must be way behind on something. Who's a doxing douchebag? Which, by the way, great nickname. Atomic Ray with $5 says, if you vote Democrat on the ballot,
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Jesus, thank you, Atomic Ray. Wow. 2:15 away from today. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Go ahead and, yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more, and we got this thing taken care of for today. I'd love to be at 100 by the top of the hour. Call me greedy, but I think you guys can get us there. Thank you for your contributions. Bigot on Socialist Media says more internet drama. Well, I mean, it's about our, cheese. Cheese is texting me right now. He says, block that doxing gay F word. This is the real cheese. Oh, okay. So that other guy claiming to be cheese is not cheese. The real cheese is, but how do I know that that's the real cheese? God damn it, cheeseburger pie is he's just a fount of of drama, I tell you. Mr. Me gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Mr. Me. Gifting another membership from Mr. Me. That puts us at 210 for today. Look at this rally going nuts here on the old Steel Toe. Why don't you guys get in on it too? Mr. Me with a couple of memberships. Thank you guys very much. We've been seeing an uptick in members recently. Not Chad Zumach levels, but we've been seeing an uptick, and I do appreciate that, guys. Thank you for your support of this program. What's the Doom clip from over the weekend? I want to know. I'll do a little drama today. Doom. Oh, I can't find his channel. You type in Doom on YouTube. Fuck that, dude. You're getting video game shit. How do I... Look, I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to take a look, but somebody's got to send me the link or something because I'm not going to sit here and search for this forever. I'm not going to sit and search for this for a long period of time. We got a clip. I am, sir. I'm the faggot. That would be me. No, wait, no, that was out of context. That was the Jason Kelce story. That wasn't me admitting to being a homosexual. Mr. Approachable, that was... This kind of clipping is irresponsible, if you ask me. I am, sir. I'm the faggot. Incorrect. That would be me. Miss Taliana with $14.99. Wow. Thank you. I can't stop saying wow. This is really... Wow. Thank you for the $14.99. She says, still my favorite KB soundbite other than wow. Thank you. Miss Taliana. I appreciate it. That puts us at $200.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
That's $200 away. Thank you guys very much. Keep on a pushing, and we'll get this thing down to $100. We're almost back on schedule. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. Bapa Shab says, finally some honesty. No, that's not. Approachable with another clip. He says, here's the link for you. I don't think this is the link. I don't think this is it. I think I am, sir. I'm the faggot. That would be me. That's not the clip that you said, but because here's the thing. You told me that was the clip, and it's not the clip. And I'm telling you right now, I really don't appreciate your ruse, your cunning attempt to trick me. I don't like it. It's hurtful, to say the least. All right, they told me it's Doomspaya. There we go. Well, he's got 3.95 thousand. Quadfather confronts a steel-toe sex pest on... Oh, dude, we're not going to play... Dude, a BYB clip? You talk bottom of the barrel. And it's 27 minutes long, guys. We can't do that. Somebody make this, like, digestible and, like, a show that has a little bit of energy and a little bit of oomph to it. Because Quadfather was in my DMs yesterday. He's like, I just want to let you know about Cheese, and I've washed my hands of him, and I'm this and that. And I'm like, don't involve me in this gay shit. Like, and that's the thing. Like, Quadfather's like, oh, I'm washing my hands of him. It's like, you're the one who made him a thing. You don't get to wash your hands of him. You gave him a platform. I told all you guys, I said, you're all fans of these different little podcasts. Just be fans. Don't get yourself involved. It's undue stress. You're not going to make any money. There's no reason to do it. And then these little shows with like 50 live viewers at a time, they always find themselves in these weird little dramas. And it's like, this is not worth it for you. Like, I've had a dog shit 2024, and if I didn't start pulling up, this wasn't worth it for me to do with all the fucking craziness going on. So, like, and we, you know, I've been able to keep my radio salary and keep a living by doing this through your donations. Thank you very much, by the way. But, like, you guys don't make any money, especially after YouTube takes their cut, and you put yourself through this embarrassment willingly for free. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's a waste of your time. But yeah, Quadfather is DMing me this weekend. And he just goes, yeah, cheese this and cheese that. And he's throwing out all these accusations about cheese that I don't fucking know anything about. So, I'm not going to sit here and, start speculating on shit I don't know anything about. The less I know about these people, the better. He's like, cheese is this and cheese is that. And I'm washing my hands of him. It's like, he wasn't thrust upon you. Like, Cheese wasn't a guy that was like, we just had to take in this poor cheese. You wanted him. Because, again, when are you all going to learn? You wanted to fuck with Steel Toe. And you didn't fuck with Steel Toe at all. Like, your bit didn't work. And then you went, oh, my God, this guy's fucking crazy. Oh, my God, this guy's weird. Oh, my. I could have told you that. But you had your Steel Toe blinders on. And now you end up associating with this fucking weirdo. And then you have to throw him under the bus because you're embarrassed that he was your guy. It's crazy. I mean, everyone who steps to Steel Toe looks worse than I do. God knows Melton's having his spiral. And, Mersh is falling apart over his Rumble shit. And, I don't think we even need to point out, Nick's obvious problems. It's just, Steel Toe is something you just want to leave alone, I think. I mean, I'm honored. The more people losing their mind at my show, the more attention it gets. So I'm kind of happy with that. But, you guys really damage yourselves to try and come after me. And I just kind of keep swimming along. So, it's a lesson that eventually they're all going to learn. But I can't help them learn it. Approachable says, wow, that Squirrel Peanut had more viewers and followers than you and Doom combined. Well, yeah, of course. The fucking Squirrel's adorable. Doom's a weird troll video clipper guy, and I'm a creepy balding man on a podcast. If that Squirrel didn't get more followers than us, fucking terrible Squirrel. Terrible Squirrel. All right, guys, let's get into some other shit. Oh, speaking of drama, I wanted to play this for the people on our show who hate drama. We played it on the members only show last night. And I think those of you who think drama is stupid and internet podcast stuff is bullshit, I think you're going to find Garrett and Steve to be your spirit animals. So Garrett and Steve do a show on YouTube. They're the Booth Boys from the In Hot Water days. I think both of them are really funny and really talented. Well, they were doing their show, and someone asked them about this thing that Shuli and Anthony did with fucking Stuttering John, because apparently people still want to watch that type of shit, which, that again, another example of why tomorrow's election doesn't matter, because as long as there's an audience of a couple thousand people that want to follow the antics of Stuttering John Melendez in 2024, this country's never going to pull up. It's just, I'm sorry, guys, it's not going to happen. So they did this thing that didn't work out, and then they just pretended it didn't work out, which is like a weird, insecure internet thing to do. Because what you want to do, if you do a bit and the bit fails, you kind of want to Conan O'Brien it, right? Where you point out it didn't work, and then you get self-deprecating, and then everyone has a good laugh. It's always really cringe and weird when you try to pull something off, you eat your balls, and then you celebrate it like you did something impressive. This is Garrett and Steve. If you don't like the drama shit, you're going to love their take on this whole thing. So apparently what happened, Shuli had that producer who had a bunch of cheese pizza on his computer, and he got arrested, and that guy's going to prison. So then Anthony and Shuli, who I believe are a combined 110, 120 years old. If this was a high school or college prank, I guess I can understand it. But they got together and they were like, I have an idea. And they went, what, do a good show? And they said, no, it takes too long. Here's what we're going to do. Anthony, you're going to text Stuttering John. And you're going to tell him that you're really morally beat up over Shuli's producer thing. And you're disavowing Shuli, and you're going to Stuttering John's side. Now, again, this is a man old enough to qualify for Medicare. And they decide they're going to do this bit. And they're going to fuck with John this way. Now, the instant this bit becomes unbelievable is that Anthony would have any kind of problem with anybody playing fast and loose with the age of consent. I mean, this is a guy who had to take one of his girlfriends to pediatrics, took another one to her prom. I mean, this is not a guy, like, it's not the perfect representative of this kind of thing. So he texts John. Not only does John not respond to it, he also goes on his show and goes, Anthony tried to text me. I think he's a racist, bigot, anti-Semite. And you're like, well, there's John not falling for your bit. But so Anthony stays away from Shuli's shows for months. And these are months that Anthony desperately should have been promoting Compound Censored, him and Gavin's thing. He could have done it on Shuli's show. Instead, he stays away because they're going to do this work, as they call it, on John. The work fails, and they go on Shuli's show, and they decide to celebrate it as a great success. And you're just like, guys, come on. First of all, this was lame to begin with. Second of all, just admit that it didn't work and then have fun with that part of it. But here's Garrett and Steve's take. I thought it was the best take on the whole thing and the best take on internet drama in general.
See the lame prank your old boss tried to pull on John Edward Melendez.
So this is what Kevin Brennan was talking about.
I watched that video today.
Now.
Yeah.
I saw some follow-up where he went on Uncle Rico's show and they all laughed at something, but I couldn't figure out what happened.
Anthony texted John, Stuttering John, and after Shuli his file producer got in trouble, and he was like, man, I got even more info on him, and, you should hit me up or something. And Stuttering John never texted him back.
So Anthony goes and says, I have more information on this cheese pizza thing with Shuli's producer. Which, wasn't this something Shuli was like crying about not too long ago? And we defended Shuli on that. It's obviously a jarring thing to go through. So was the crying over his old producer getting arrested for CP, was that performative? Because if you're crying about it, the next thing you do is you don't do some like hands-on prank sort of a deal involving that. That's a little weird to me.
Never texted him back. And that was the work.
Wait, Stuttering John didn't bite the hook?
He never texted him back. So, and what people were saying, well, Kevin, because I watched Kevin talking about it, and someone's been posting Burning Bridges episodes that I've been watching, which is why I watched this Kevin thing. And I was like, good Lord. But I miss Burning Bridges so much.
Yeah, because you got to realize Steve and Garrett think all this internet drama shit is retarded. They think it's dumb. They think it's lowbrow, whatever. So he's like, man, I miss Kevin Brennan's Burning Bridges because now it's just watch clips and drama shit.
Because whatever this is now is... It's my, like, whatever, doesn't matter. But yeah, the whole thing was Anthony texted Stuttering John didn't answer him. Anthony didn't go on Shuli's show for months. And then he came on after months passed and was like, yeah, we got him. He didn't.
Right? No, look. If you're looking at this going, Aaron, this is stupid, this is retarded. No, you're right. This is me telling the anti-drama people of Steel Toe, you're right, and these are your mascots now. These guys they have the same opinion you do. They're like, wait, what? This is fucking retarded. And it is.
He didn't even answer me, though, but like he thought I really was mad at you, Shuli, because your producer was...
Wow.
Right, the whole bit is Shuli's producer is a PDF. And so if John doesn't respond and he doesn't bite for this, then all you've done is remind the world that your producer was a PDF and you didn't notice. Good bit? Question mark.
Dude, I
looked
into this. I still do not understand it at all.
Did John at least on his show be like, even Anthony's on my side now and he's going to come on the show?
I think so. I think he said something, but he never answered him.
Wow.
And Brennan was saying that he thinks that it was just Gavin being like, hey, the FBI is looking at Shuli's computers now.
Now,
like,
come on.
FBI is always looking into us. Just don't go on Shuli's show anymore. Anthony, I own you. I tell you what to do.
I don't think that's what happened.
And I was like, Gavin might have something there.
Maybe. Who knows?
It's just. By the way, that was Misery Loves Clips. Go ahead and subscribe to him. He does a lot of good stuff. Misery Loves Clips on YouTube. He's one of the good guys. So yeah, Bigot on Socialist Media says, what is the point? Right, exactly. There was no point. Nana's Clam says that's not really what happened at all, but the work was still retarded. Coltrane, this is fucking dumb. Yeah, like it's just, it doesn't make any fucking sense. But like, there's nothing worse than going like, yeah, we pulled a prank on. It's like, okay, you pull a prank on someone, and then someone goes, hey, I see that prank you guys are trying to pull on me. It's like you have a doorway, and there's a bucket of ice cold water above the doorway, and if you pull on the door, it's going to dump the cold water on your head. And you walk by and you go, hey, I see you guys are trying to dump cold water on me. Let me step inside the doorway here. Let me pull that shut, and then the water falls, and it doesn't fall on anybody, and you go, okay, we got it. And then the people who put the bucket up there go, oh, yeah, we totally fucking killed that. Did you see that? It's like, yeah, I don't think it worked. No, you don't think it worked. Oh, we fucking got everybody. Okay. Doom says, I clipped Cheeseburger being confronted. Yeah, you did, but it's 27 minutes long, brother. I can't do a 27-minute fucking video. Make it like make it into like edible pieces. Like maybe instead of 27:45, make it like 2:45. And then it's doable. I'm not, dude, sitting through 27 minutes of BYB is like that on a loop is what's going to happen to me if I go to hell. Like, you need to make that more digestible. Doom, I think you do the Lord's work in clipping all of us. But if you want me to play it on the show, I need more digestible pieces. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to skip around 27 minutes. I'm sorry, bud. So find me like a 2-minute clip. I'd be happy to. Cheese is texting, by the way. He says, it was Quad who reached out to me with that crappy bit, and now he can't run away fast enough. Yeah, we did kind of expose the BYB guys on that whole thing, and now they're trying to do another work. It's like, guys, stop. Technically, you shouldn't even be doing shows. Like he DM'd, like Quadfather DM'd me and wrote a bunch of stuff, and he's like, cheese is this, cheese is that. I'm like, I don't want to fucking involve any of them in my show. I'm like, you shouldn't either, because you're dancing with, some dirty shit here. And Quad's like, okay. So yeah, look, if a show that gets 50 live viewers at a time wants to have its own little like community drama, I wish them all the best. All right, let's open up those 7 o'clock hour segments. $200 away from today's goal, guys. Let's go ahead and rally it up and knock out the rest of it. We got 15 minutes to get this thing down to $100 by 9 o'clock. If you feel like throwing us a nice little chunk of cash, we appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Let's get in there and, to borrow one of our users' names, let's make this thing approachable. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Yeah, plus in that clip, Doom, no offense, but there's like really heavy allegations in there that, if not confirmed, can get people in a lot of fucking trouble, including you. That's why I told Quad, I said, don't involve it. Like, if you think this shit is real, you should probably stay away from it. It's bad news. If you think it's as bad as you think it is, then you should be going to the police. But otherwise, you got to keep that shit off your program and just come up with content that's interesting. Let's go ahead and get into some election stuff. Nice little palate cleanser there with the Garrett and Steve stuff. Good to see them still doing a program. Atomic Ray with $5 says, Doom begging in the chat.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Why would you want me to play that for Doom? That seems a little unnecessary. Thank you for the $5 though. $195 away from today. J-Bra says $200. Overtime is looking like nothing more than a pipe dream. This is the day Aaron goes live on OnlyFans. Guys, let's prove Jay Bra wrong. 195 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you very, very much. Bigot on Socialist Media says, people hating Quad will always be funny. I don't think you need to hate Quad. I think if you know who that is, you've already lost, quite frankly. Which is good for Quad because the bar for him winning is very low. You just kind of roll right over it. Well, Kamala was apparently caught this weekend doing a little bit of what we call pandering in politics. You know, Michigan has a large Muslim population. Pennsylvania has a large Jewish population. And I don't know if you guys follow the news, but Muslims and Jews right now, let's just say there's some friction. There's some issues between Jews and Muslims at the moment. So in Michigan, Kamala's trying to beat Donald Trump. She needs the Muslim vote. In Pennsylvania, she needs to beat Trump. I mean, in fact, she probably needs to win both those states to get to 270. She needs to appeal to the Muslims in Michigan and appeal to the Jews in Pennsylvania. Now, that's a very difficult needle to thread because, like we said, Jews and Muslims are at each other's throats in the Middle East right now. So what do you do to solve that problem? What do you do to bridge that gap? Well, in politics, there's one tried and true way to take care of it. Lie your fucking balls off. That's what you do. You tell each side exactly what they want to hear. So we have an ad for you from Kamala in Michigan, and then an ad for Kamala in Pennsylvania. I want you to see if you can spot the difference.
Tonight, mixed messages. A K-file investigation this hour finds Kamala Harris is targeting crucial battleground voters with vastly different messages on Gaza and Israel. This ad is running in Michigan, which has the largest Arab population in America.
Uh-oh.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating.
By the way, she said 9, it's been 11. So there's that. All right, so off to a good start.
We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
All right, so there you go. She's telling the Muslims, I'm riding with you. This is terrible what's happening in Gaza. This is awful. Now, I feel like if Jews heard that, if Israelis heard that, they would be none too pleased with Kamala. They would remind them, well, what about October 7th? And we have a right to defend ourselves and all of that, right? So what are you going to do in Pennsylvania now that in Michigan you've told the Muslims, this is bullshit what's happening to you. We should have a ceasefire. This is gay. Now you got to go to Pennsylvania and talk to the Jews. What are you going to do?
All right, well, it's a very different story for an ad in Pennsylvania targeting Jewish voters.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Oh. Whoopsies. Muslims, vote for me. I'll give you everything you want. Israel's being a dick. And then in Pennsylvania, hey, Israel, you got to fuck up some of those Muslims before they launch rockets at you. You know what ends up happening when you get exposed for something like this? It's not like one side thinks you're telling the truth and the other doesn't, and you know, either the Muslims side with you or the Jews do. They both can't fucking stand you after you do something like that. You lose both of them.
And I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
Hey, good news, guys. You know what that means when they say that America will make sure that Israel has the ability to defend itself? Guess what that means? Right. The blank check continues. We'll just give them more money and bombs. And then Muslims won't get mad at us at all for sticking our nose in it and taking sides and then they crash shit into our buildings. They won't do that. There's no evidence of that ever happening.
Because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
I'll be honest with you. It seems like she's got a little more gusto for the Jews than she does the Muslims. It seems like she's being, you know, she's got a little more fire in her belly for the Israeli cause than for the Muslim cause.
Different message. Andrew Kaczynski is out front now. So, Andrew, those obviously do sound starkly different, to say the least. Tell me more about what you found.
Yeah, that's right. And this really illustrates the sort of fine line that the Harris...
Hey, you know what's funny is like CNN will defend Kamala Harris and attack Trump all day long. But the minute she tries to trick Jewish people, CNN, rah, all over her. Get her. This is bullshit. She needs to beat Trump. Trump is Hitler. Trump is evil. Wait, she lied to Jews? How dare she lie about us? I mean Jews.
Harris campaign is trying to walk here in the closing weeks, closing days of this campaign on the issue of Israel. Here you have two entirely different constituencies, and they are getting two entirely different messages. There are often times these constituencies have very opposing views on this. If you are
Now, look, this is something that all politicians have to do. I'm not acting like Kamala Harris is the first person to do this. Everybody does it. However, you're not supposed to get caught. The American people are easy to trick. You have to trick them. You don't go in and just fucking fumble the ball like this.
Jewish person in Pennsylvania, you saw that ad that you're getting. You are getting that ad that talks about how strong she is in Israel. If you're a Muslim voter in Michigan, you are getting that ad on Facebook that's talking about...
Moral of the story, one of you is getting fucked. Spoiler alert, it's the Muslims. It's always the Muslims. Oh, one of us is getting fucked on her messaging. Do you think it's the Jewish country that America's given billions of dollars in weaponry to? Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Talking about how she won't be silent on the issue of Gaza. Now, what's really interesting here is that ad that we just played, the one that's going to Jewish voters in Pennsylvania. Now, it sort of sounds like those two clips of her talking about Israel are together, but they actually cut part of it out. Take a listen to what they cut.
Oh, he brought his own clip.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the...
Oh, so even in the message that she sent out to the Muslims, she sucked a little circumcised dick in it. I see. Okay. So even in her commercial where she's like, hey, Muslims, I love you guys. These Israel, am I right? Even in that one, she sucked a little kosher dick.
The Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
So not only did she give two different messages in the two different commercials, she gave two different messages in the speech.
And you've seen, too, that she, they cut out that portion of the ad where they talked about Gaza from her DNC speech. Those two parts were together. They sliced them. They cut that part out. Now, look, she's also getting hammered a lot on this issue by Republicans. We talked just a couple days ago about how those robocalls were airing in Wisconsin that are made to sound like they're in support of Jill Stein, talking about her position on Gaza, saying that they're highlighting her pro-Israel position, and they're sort of trying to siphon those votes away from her. So this is a really delicate issue for her.
Oh, it's...
I mean, who... It's like everything else with this Harris campaign, man. Who the fuck is approving this shit? Like, not going on Rogan. Are you out of your fucking mind? Well, they wouldn't only do 1 hour. Well, then get a candidate you fucking believe in. Like, if you have a candidate where you go, we can't put her on Rogan, we don't want her to talk for more than an hour, then that shouldn't be your candidate. J.D. Vance did it. Donald Trump did it. Yeah, but we don't want her to go on for 3 hours with Rogan because she might get exposed. Then you got the wrong person. I mean, and then this, like people in the internet age weren't going to figure out that you were saying two different things to two very sensitive voting chunks, Jews and Arabs? Oh my God. This is going to go down as one of the most shittily run campaigns in American history. Sneed Dave Williams, thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's go. He says, happy Monday. Sneed Dave, it's always a happy Monday for me when the Vikings are winners, believe you me. Trucker 18 Wheeler with 199 says, old politicians need to know the internet exists, right? No shit. It's embarrassing the way Kamala's campaign has handled the internet. It's almost like they're going, there's this newfangled thing called podcast. We'll let it cook for another 4 years. Coltrane with $1 says they didn't want her on for more than an hour because her earring batteries only last that long. Oh, so they wouldn't be able to get the messages in through the earring batteries. Okay. Well, now it all makes sense. Thank you, Coltrane. That's also going to put us at 185 for today. Thank you, guys. Let's keep chipping away at this. I appreciate your generosity. 185. Can we get it down to 100 by 9 o'clock? We got 5 minutes. Go ahead. Throw in on PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's start out the week with a winner and do an extra half hour of overtime for you guys. Thank you very much. I also have some ideas for the election stream tomorrow night. And if we knock out our goals leading up to Election Day, I have it's a risky idea for me, but I think it'll be a fun idea for you guys. So keep throwing in a couple of bucks at a time. We'll get this 185 knocked out, and we'll call it another win for the toe, and we'll keep our march back to being a nice, financially strong little entity here. I appreciate your guys' contributions. They are what keeps us on the air. Now, money's tight. I get that. 100%. Liking, subscribing, and sharing are all free. They help the show. Thank you very much. If you could do that for us as well, I'd appreciate it. Let's go ahead and watch this Washington Post disaster continue to unfold. I don't know if you saw last week, but the Washington Post said, you know what? Fuck endorsing candidates. We're not endorsing candidates. We're not going to endorse Kamala. We're not going to endorse Trump. It's a Jeff Bezos-owned newspaper, and they said we're breaking with the tradition of endorsing candidates, which I actually agree with, because I don't know how a media organization can be fair and then endorse a candidate. I don't like it. But everyone at the Washington Post and everyone who reads and consumes the Washington Post online, they were kind of assuming that the Washington Post was going to endorse Kamala. So therefore, they all started canceling subscriptions. The rumor has it they lost like 200,000 subscriptions in a couple of days for not endorsing Kamala. And now they've also got staff that are walking off the job. Now you have people who work for the Washington Post going on shows and just straight up walking out. Let's play this clip from the Washington Post Sunday talk show. They had a Republican, Hugh Hewitt, on. They had another person on who I guess their feed just shut down on them. The Washington Post is going through it right now. Let's check it out.
Or does it seem like this week Donald Trump is laying the groundwork for contesting the election by complaining that cheating was taking place in Pennsylvania by suing Bucks County for alleged irregularities? And this is on top of his continual assertion that if he loses, it's because of cheating.
Now, first of all, I will say this. I think if Donald Trump wins or loses, there was cheating. I think there's, first of all, cheating in every election. But they've already got lawsuits out in Arizona. They've got lawsuits in Pennsylvania. There's lawsuits everywhere. There's, was it a sheriff in one of these states? I think it was Arizona or New Mexico. He was authorized to investigate why there's so many illegals on the voter rolls and how to get them expunged from the voter rolls before the election. Like, there's a lot of weird shit going on with these elections. However, I don't think any of it's new to 2024. I think this cheating's been going on a long time. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what he's been laying the groundwork for this, just not in the last week, but in the last umpty-ump months. No election.
Umpty-ump? Holy shit. The election's tomorrow. It's a little late in the game to inform me that there's umpty-ump shit going on. Umpty-ump, give me a fucking break. Umpty-ump. Your dummy-os can't run a simple draw play. Now you're coming up with new formations. Umpty-ump, give me a fucking break.
Election can be fair unless in Donald Trump's mind, unless Donald Trump wins it. And I think
I'm just glad that Democrats can set us straight on this, because thank God we have a party to lecture us on this who's never complained, cried, or gone to court over elections before. I mean, Thank Christ. You know, when the Democrats wanted to piss and moan about a result 24 years ago, they got their case heard all the way to the Supreme Court. When Donald Trump had a bunch of shit he wanted to show you about how fucked the election was, you guys wouldn't even give him a hearing. So there is a little bit of difference. You're right. You're right. Donald Trump has been complaining about, cheating on elections. The only difference between when he does it and when you do it is you actually get heard.
We are going to see him both rev up his supporters to contest elections outside of courtrooms and go to every courtroom he can in America where it's relevant to make whatever arguments he can, no matter how far-fetched.
Okay, you could make the argument that, yeah, Trump is setting the groundwork for if I don't win, they cheated. You could also set the groundwork for Democrats like this Ruth Marcus are setting the groundwork for it's not fair when we lose. Like, they're kind of doing the same thing. Like, oh, it's Trump whining and bitching and complaining about the election being rigged. So when we lose, it's because I guarantee you if he wins, they're going to pull the whole, well, he interrupted the voting process and he cast doubt on the legitimacy of elections. So he circumvented our free elections process.
We saw
Jonathan,
that
I've
work
got to
out last time, but it didn't work out this time. It may not work. That may not happen this time. And now I'll let you go, Hugh.
Well, I've just got to say, we're news people, even though we're at the opinion section. It's got to be reported. Bucks County was reversed by the court and instructed to open up extra days because they violated the law and told people to go home. So that lawsuit was brought by the Republican National Committee, and it was successful. The Supreme Court ruled that Glenn Youngkin was successful. We are news people, even though we have opinions, and we have to report the whole story if we bring up part of the story.
That's a good point. I mean, the Bucks County thing, then, I forgot about the Virginia thing with Youngkin, where, they get to go through the voter rolls and they get to find out if there are illegals who are eligible to vote. I mean, that's federal law. You can't be illegal. You can't be here illegally and vote. That's a federal law that should be enforced. So Trump is winning some of these lawsuits. The Republicans are winning some of these lawsuits. That's what I mean by, like, the Democrats are setting this up where, oh, if we lose or when we lose, well, they were suing and they were doing this and they were doing that. It's like, well, yeah, but they were successful.
So, yes, he's upset about Bucks County, but he was right and he won in court. That's the story.
I'll let you keep going, Jonathan.
That's fucking awkward. So Hewitt goes through all that and they all just kind of go, right. Yeah, it's been a rough week for the Washington Post is what we're trying to say.
No, I don't appreciate being lectured about reporting when many times you come here saying lots of things that aren't.
I won't come back, Jonathan. I'm done. I'm done. This is the most unfair election ad I have ever been a part of. You guys are working. That's fine. I'm done.
So, Ruth, you.
Wow, that escalated quickly. Yeah, so this Jonathan guy, he's supposed to be like the anchor, the fact checker, everything else. And he was going to let all that shit go. And he was like, nah, fuck that, dude. No way. But then he's just had it. And he's like, fuck you, I'm leaving. And then this guy doesn't even flinch. He's like, all right, that pesky shithead Republican who keeps fact checking us is gone. All right, let's continue with our Kamala Harris ad.
You wrote a column this week ending with this line.
By the way, this gets worse for the Washington Post, by the way. They're not done yet.
And actually, I think this is perfect. We're going to put it on the screen. You wrote, you want to know the stakes of this election? Not only democracy, but decency. Talk more about that, Ruth.
Did you notice it never got up on the screen? So they're having some tech issues. Hugh Hewitt has walked away. The Washington Post is going through it subscriber-wise lately. This is not good.
Okay, I'm collecting myself.
Ruth froze.
This election is fun. Oh, we're going to have some fun on Tuesday. It's going to be we're going to stay up late. We're going to knock out a few goals, and we're going to stay up late on Tuesday. And we're going to have a great time. This is just, I anticipate this being a disaster for everybody. I don't anticipate anybody coming out of this looking good. Everybody is going to dirty up everybody, and it's going to be a shit show, and I'm excited.
Ruth is frozen.
So he treated his Republican guy like shit. So the Republican walked out. And then he's like, well, I still got my Jewish Democratic lady. She can spin some propaganda for us. And now she's frozen. But here's the deal. If you're going to be a show host, you got to be able to tap dance a little bit. You got to be able to carry a show by yourself. You should be able to do that. You should have some, shit ready to go.
So hang in there, everyone. We're going to see if we can try to get Ruth back.
You guys want to watch a fish squirm for a while?
To this We're gonna get Ruth back in a moment. This is First Look, Washington Post Live's nonstop shop for news and analysis.
If you're a professional anchor, this shouldn't be happening to you. You should be able to handle shit like this and just rap for a while. Talk about the election. Talk about the swing states that are out there. Talk about the latest news that's going on. You shouldn't be sitting there like you're in a college TV production class.
Analysis, and Ruth is back. So I'm going to read that quote back again from your column, Ruth, where you wrote, "You want to know the stakes of this election? Not only democracy, but decency."
Please let her still be frozen. Please let this not work.
We lost her again. Everybody, if you've been watching First Look, you know that these conversations can be interesting, contentious.
You
just
fucked.
saw Hugh Hewitt leave
Yep.
The conversation, which is lamentable.
Well, both of your guests left. One voluntarily, one not so much.
Fortunate. It is what it is. I am Jonathan Caper. I want to thank you all very much for joining us on First Look. For more of these important conversations, please sign up for a Washington Post subscription and get a free...
No, really. Sign up for a Washington Post subscription. We're begging at steel toe levels at this point because we've been losing so many.
Trial by going to WashingtonPost.com/live. Again, WashingtonPost.com/live. I'm Jonathan Capehart. Thank you for watching Washington Post Live's First Look.
It was a truncated episode this week. Boy, are they going through it right now. Boy, are they having a rough time over there. Jesus. Grand Poobah with $2 says maybe they also have a cripple that trips over the power strip. The cripple didn't trip over the power strip, though. That was Matt. Matt tripped over the power strip. It's totally different. Let's not blame Johnny for shit he didn't do. Guys, we are 185 away from today's goal, and we got a little less than an hour left. So if you're feeling generous today and you want to throw a few bucks at Steel Toe, make your donations, please. Let's see if we can knock out that goal. We have been missing a lot lately, and it's really too bad that we've been missing a lot lately. I hope we can reverse that trend. I hope that we can get that all taken care of because we scratched and clawed our way back, and we're hoping that we're putting on a program good enough for you guys to throw in a few bucks. If not, we will try harder. Of course, send in your requests and suggestions. We appreciate that as well. Just want to keep this thing going. That's all. So if you got a few bucks, throw it in there. Let's knock out 185. Jimmy with $2 on PayPal says if he hits the goal, he gets to fuck Matt. Ass, mouth, belly button, or gas tank of Tahoe. Pick one. I think I'd fuck the gas tank of the Tahoe, Jimmy. It's less gay, right? It's less gay. Doom Clone said, oh, you know what? I did forget about this. You're right. Both guys have tripped over the cord before, so I forgot about that one. Doom says Johnny literally unplugged the power strip and ended the show when Mersh made him cry. Oh, I did forget about that because Matt, and I think Matt's was before the show. Matt's tripping over the power strip. You're right. You are correct. Helgi with $5 sends us a YouTube link. Oh boy. What's the YouTube link? Thank you for the $5, buddy. 180 away from today. Let's get in there and really start hammering this shit down. let's go ahead and get this 180 all taken care of. Let's not take an L to start the week. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for all the support you give this program. And if you want to push a little bit harder, we're almost there. We're almost there. We just need a nice big rally. And we'll be able to call this another win for the toe and a good start to the week. Remember, we also are dropping our evening goals by $50. Matt, of course, not going to be here on Mondays and Tuesdays anymore. He got his big promotion. Congratulations to him once again. And we're dropping those goals by a little bit. So let's knock out these mornings. And let's get a win going here. Matt, Matt was here when the hard drive crashed. That's right, when the hard drive went out. Matt was here. Boy, I tell you, you guys are right. My co-hosts really make a big fucking mess for me, don't they? Oh, this is great. Apparently, there are schools now, especially in blue states. And again, this might be another sign that Democrats are not feeling good about how this thing's going to go tomorrow. New York schools are offering a post-election skip day for kids who find it all too stressful. Jerry Seinfeld had some thoughts on the matter. We'll play that in a little bit. But the idea that the kids are going to be too stressed out to go to school the next day. The idea that the children are having this problem. That's the adults putting that in their fucking heads. Yeah, like Bigot on Socialist Media says in the chat, the kids shouldn't care. So the fact that you have, kids, if you find this too stressful, then we'll give you the day off. The only reason a kid would find it too stressful is because the adults have been fucking with them. The adults have been putting it in their head that this is stressful. Otherwise, kids should have no thoughts on the matter. Like, kids shouldn't be like on Wednesday. Let's say Trump wins. Let's say Trump gets the election. Trump's the president. Kids should just go to school the next day, tra-la-la, talking about, TikToks and football and all this other shit. They shouldn't, the election shouldn't bum them out. If your kid goes to school or if your students go to school and they're bummed out about the election, that's your fault as a parent for putting it in the kid's head that they should be worried about this shit. Like, if my kids say anything about the election, if my kids say anything about like Trump or Kamala or anything else, like my 7-year-old shit on Joe Biden. And while I thought it was funny, I did tell him, I go, well, buddy, some people like him, some people like Trump, and that's okay, and blah, blah, blah. Like, do I have my biases? Sure. I don't even think my kids know who I'm voting for. And I'd like to keep it that way. I think that's the way to go. To let your kids and their undeveloped brains. I mean, you see how poorly we handle this shit when we disagree. Now imagine your brain is mush. Putting it in kids' heads that they need to give a fuck about elections. That's our job, to worry about that shit so they can go play. So this idea that our school's going to have a day off for kids who can't handle the election, that means you guys fucked up and you've got these kids thinking about elections. That's a disservice to education and a disservice to your parenting. So if you've got a school where you go, oh yeah, you guys take a day off. Fuck you, man. My kids say stuff about Trump. Well, a lot of people like Trump. A lot of people don't. That's okay. That's their opinion. And that's not even difficult either. Like, parents shouldn't even say like, oh man, it's so hard not to tell my kids who I'm voting for, or it's so hard not to talk to my kids about politics from a biased perspective. That should be easy. It should be easy not to give your biases to your children, because you should want them to not worry about this shit because you see how retarded it is. And you don't want your kids to be involved in any of it. So I would hope that you would go, if your kids go, what about the election? And then you know, and you're like, oh yeah, well, we need to vote for Trump. What good is it to proselytize to a 10-year-old? They can't even vote anyway. So just, you know, let them do their thing. So now, this school in New York, Ethical Culture Fieldston School in New York, sent an email to families saying students who are feeling stressed about the election could go ahead and skip school without any repercussions. This is a private school in New York, so clearly you know what side they're on. No matter what the outcome, the school will create space to provide students with the support they may need. Well, here's a good idea. If your kids are so emotional about the election that they can't even at school the next day, then you're clearly putting things into the kids' heads that don't belong there because they can't handle it. Now, of all people, Seinfeld went off on this. And we have some clips of that. Let's take a look.
Because when you get out to vote, there can be consequences for children in your home.
Really?
I'm trying to say this with a straight face, but Jerry Seinfeld came out to really blast the school that his children used to attend.
Good on Jerry.
A private school in New York City where they are allowing children to have the day off after Election Day if they are stressed, if they are distressed by
unbelievable
by the election.
You know what? I like Harvey in this one. Usually I find Harvey to be a little, you know, I really can't take Harvey. But so far, so good on this one.
And by the election results, they will have the day off. This is real.
New York City private school.
Yeah, the school, it's the Fieldston School is the private school.
Isn't it weird also that, like, you can see the name of something nowadays and you can guess its politics accurately? Ethical Culture Fieldston School. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of MAGA hats in Ethical Culture Fieldston School. Well, yeah, that's because it's about culture, something Republicans wouldn't know about. Go cut your cock off and play for the girls' basketball team, for Christ's sake.
School in New York City.
And then lecture me on culture.
Look at what the New York Times said, because the New York Times did some digging on this.
Right, and according to their sources, the email that went out said, excused absences will be allowed on Wednesday or whatever day the election results are announced.
Right, because we don't, you know, every other election in the world, except for 2000 and 2020, we've been able to tell you who won in, 24 hours in the polls closing. But we might not be able to do it this time because we got to keep the election going as long as it takes for us to get the result we want.
For students who feel unable to fully engage in classes.
Ugh. You know what? I would not give a shit about politics, but I would definitely, if my school was going to be this gay, I'd take advantage of this. I'd call in and go, can't even, and milk it for the rest of the week, because I don't think you have to do the homework. Just milk it for the rest of the week. This is like when kids do those protests, like, we're going to have a walkout for school violence. And then a bunch of jocks walk out with them and they're like, wow, I didn't know you were socially aware. It's like, no, I'm not, but they're letting us walk for free. I'm fucking doing it.
Oh my God. It's
true that election day is...
They are raising, these schools are educating kids who are going to be so screwed up.
Get them, my Jewish friend. Get him, Jew buddy Harvey Levin. By the way, you're going to get a talking to from the cabal, but get him, Harvey. Get him. These kids are going to be so screwed up. Well, Harvey, I would argue that you've had something to do with that, but go ahead.
As adults, because they can't take conflict, they can't take loss. We're trying to protect these kids.
It's a little soft.
This is ridiculous.
I don't know if the kids even can. The kids love the day off, right? That's what they're
sure. Yes.
We are projecting onto kids something they don't need.
No way. It's almost like we raised a generation of mentally ill kids who then had children of their own. I don't want to blame boomers for this, but it always feels good to blame boomers for shit. Like, boomers are fucked up, and so they raised fucked up kids, but they don't know they're fucked up. So then those fucked up kids became aware that they were fucked up, but they already had children, and now they're fucking those kids up. It's really just a steady decline downwards.
I see it all the time. My kids go to this fancy private school that would never do something like this, but they do project on these kids a level of softness.
You can tell when you're first generation money when you call things fancy. I like that. I like knowing who's new money, you know? Like you're like, oh, we went to a fancy place. So I like that. That's good. That's humble rich. That's humble successful. It's a fancy restaurant.
And maybe that is going to manifest itself in years. They project this, but the kids don't care about the election nearly as much as the parents do. The kids will be just fine. If the parents are basket cases at home, I suppose the kids are going to be basket cases too.
Right.
But that's whether they're at school or at home. Have the kids go to school, learn, study biology for the day instead of politics, and they'll be fine.
My name is Michael Steele. I'm from Urbana, Illinois.
Where's what Jerry Seinfeld say? I want to know what Seinfeld had to say about the whole thing.
And I think it's just ridiculous to let kids take a day off of school because of the day after election. Maybe the day of when their parents.
No, maybe go to fucking school. Shut up. You don't need to care about the election. Go to school. Learn your whatever the fuck you learn at cultural ethics private school. Learn how to yell at Mexicans who don't water your lawn the right way. I don't know what the fuck you do in these places.
Parents are voting, but I just think it's crazy.
The day of, but that would be if you're letting them off for the parents to show them.
Dude, I'm Harvey Levin in this clip. It's like, no, I don't want your guys' compromises. This is all gay.
Take them with them to show them the civic duty of voting. If you were doing that, then at least that would be an excuse. But the deal with the stress of it.
Ridiculous. Good on Jerry Seinfeld.
Defending a member of the tribe, Harvey. You get him. Yeah, if your kids know enough about the election to be sad about it, you done fucked up. Thank you to Loopy. Look at Loopy with $20 over on YouTube. Thank you, Loopy. Few more of those and we won't have to worry today. Thank you. Loopy says, we saw a teacher on the Challenger explode in our cafeteria, then we're told to get back to class. Yeah, we knew about Columbine when we were in school. Back to class. 9/11 happened. Back to class. We didn't get sent home early. We had to fucking go to school for 9/11. Oh, the person my mom projected on me that she wanted to win the election didn't win, and now my mom hasn't gotten out of bed since 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I have to take a day off school because my mom's a twat. Oh. Good luck to all of you, really. I mean, all of these kids who have to deal with these parents who are just, I don't even know what we're going to do if we don't have this life with Kamala. And again, I feel like you're going to have a lot more Kamala voters with this problem than Trump voters. Trump voters will get angry if they lose. Kamala voters will be depressed, in my opinion. Thank you, by the way, Loopy, for that $20. We appreciate it. It puts us at 165. Push a little bit further, and we got this thing, boys and girls. 165 is the number. Loopy, thank you very much. I have an idea. Throw fake donos at us. Shitloads of them. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. PayPal it. Let's fake dono the shit out of this. And remember, if you make it a fake dono, we got to make it anonymous because it's got to be me doing it. It's got to be a fake one. So let's fake dono the shit out of this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you, Loopy. Thank you, Flinty Gecko. Thank you, everybody who's contributed to today. Now I can smell it. Now I can smell a win for the toe today. Let's get that 165 taken care of. And I love you for it, man. Thank you for keeping Steel Toe going all those years. Hulkamasha Baby says, yeah, boomers raised their kids. Then they started swinging like degens. Well, I mean, there was one set of parents that raised their kid to admit when they fucked up and then start repenting for it and trying to do better. That counts for something, right? I love how I'm talking to like 900 to 1,000 people watching this show right now who are all looking at me going, no, Aaron, we're smart enough to not get into that shit in the first place. Fair enough. You got me there. Check and mate. Right? I watched Tower 2 collapse during third period, says Nana's Clams. These kids are so fucked. I mean, look, at least in this case, it's like a faggy private school in New York. So it's kind of like that's like, okay, you got this terrible news that this horrible virus is out there, but you've contained it to Cedar Creek, California, so it hasn't spread. And you know what they were going to do to Cedar Creek, California to control that problem? Outbreak, anyone? Give me the mic, General. All right, 165 away. Let's do this thing. Let's hammer it out. Let's call it another win for the toe. We got about a half hour to do it. Love you guys. Make us proud. 5, 10, 15, 20. We'll get that 165 hammered out in no time. Arizona's Attorney General told MSNBC she will investigate Donald Trump for his comment that Liz Cheney should serve in the wars she wants to fund. God. Guys, let it go. So Donald Trump made some offhanded comment, which, by the way, everybody has said this. Like this, I remember when I was in school and people would be debating whether or not we should go to war in Iraq. One of the points people always raised was, if you're going to be for this war as a politician, you should be willing to go fight, or you should be willing to send your kids to go fight. Now, I don't know if that's a fair argument or not, but I do know there is something about these fucking chicken hawks who have never served a day in their life voting to send other people's kids to go fight and possibly die for something. Like, I feel like if you made military service a prerequisite to have a vote on whether or not we attack another country, I feel like we would have a much better foreign policy, because these are people who have paid their dues, they've fought their fight, they've served in the military, and now they get to decide whether or not, okay, you got 100 senators, right? Let's say 20 of them have served in the military. Well, then only 20 people get to vote on a declaration of war. I don't think you should get to be a chicken hawk who's never known what it's like, or never done the training, or never served your country. And then you get to what? Just send people? It doesn't fucking cost you anything. Your kids aren't going. Your family members aren't going. Some poor person in the Appalachian Trail is going to go fight this thing. You're going to have your cush job in Washington. They're the ones that are going to go fight it. But if we just had people who have fought before, you would probably have a better idea as to whether or not where we're going is worth going into. So here's the Attorney General of Arizona talking about Donald Trump, saying that, well, first let's do the Trump thing first.
And I don't blame him for sticking with his daughter, but his daughter's a very dumb individual.
I'm gonna miss this part of the campaign. I'm going to miss Donald Trump's surgical strikes on his opponents. And he's talking about Dick Cheney defending Liz Cheney. I don't mind him defending his daughter, but she's a dumb face. She's a stupid bitch.
Very dumb. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
How is that not a fair take to have? And by the way, do you look at this guy differently on the right now that he believes that he was attacked by literal demons in his sleep and they clawed him up? That sounds like something you tell your really Christian wife when you were out all night at a whorehouse, that it was literal demons that clawed you up.
You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy. But she's a stupid person.
Come on, it's so funny. Do you know how long it takes the average politician to dance around calling someone stupid? It's amazing. It takes a long time for a politician to dance around that guy's an idiot, and Trump just goes, she's a stupid person. So Trump says that if we're going to vote to send people to war, then, you know, they ought to go fight themselves. All right, it's a simplistic take, but it's one a lot of people have. Well, get ready. There will be consequences.
And Bram Resnick, the political anchor and reporter from our NBC affiliate in Phoenix, KPNX, joins us. Talk about this breaking news regarding Donald Trump's comments that he made about Liz Cheney in Arizona last night. The Attorney General is responding?
That's right. I just spoke to Attorney General Chris Mays about 2 hours ago for the taping of my Sunday show. She told me she just gotten off the phone with her criminal division chief, and she was investigating whether what Donald Trump said about Liz Cheney constituted a death threat under...
Oh, my God. This is an argument that has been made over and over and over and over and over again. This argument that if you are going to vote to send people to war, you should go or your kids should go. This has been said for centuries now. And for you to now say, well, you know, this could be constituted as a death threat. This is a really shitbag ploy. You really are trying everything to try and slow this guy's momentum.
Arizona law. I'll tell you, under Arizona law, it is illegal to make threats or intimidate someone, can be charged as a class 1 misdemeanor, class 6 felony. Chris Mays told me they're looking into it. I asked her whether this was just political speech, free speech. She said we're checking to see if it crossed that line, but she also put it in the larger perspective.
Of course it didn't. Of course it didn't cross that line. And by the way, look at how much Democrats will defend a Republican as long as they don't like Trump. You know, if you don't think that these two sides, like, this isn't about parties. This is about friends and allies and business deals. It goes so much deeper than politics because Democrats will rush to help out a Republican if that Republican shares a stance with them, like Liz Cheney being anti-Trump. And if you didn't think Dick Cheney got along with shitloads of Democrats when he was in power, of course he did. The ones that wanted to make money with him. And of course the Cheney family is into wars. The companies that they're invested in are huge war profiteers. Halliburton alone, but also there's military, there's private contractor companies, there's security companies that the Cheneys have investments in. War is big business for them. So of course Lynn Cheney is going to toe the line.
If you're here right now, you begin to understand how this place is ready for a high security event on Tuesday, an election. Our sheriff's office is talking about a no tolerance policy for protests. Chris Mays is activating all her agents. Every law enforcement agency in the state is involved with protecting the vote, protecting voters. So that's Chris Mays brought that into the conversation, that for Donald Trump to make these kinds of remarks at this time, such a really fraught and tense moment here in Maricopa County is just bad.
Dude, do you need some Vagisil for your fucking pussy? Honest to God, man. Do you feel good? Like, you go on TV and you talk like that. Do you feel good? Do you go home going, I feel great about what I did today? Like, bro, you sounded like a bitch. You know, these elections are very important and we can't have people saying mean things. Right, we can't have people saying mean things like so-and-so's a Nazi or so-and-so idolizes Hitler. Or so-and-so is a threat to democracy. I agree. We can't have people saying wild shit like that. I'll be happy when it's over. And so will you. We'll all be happy when it's over. Right now, we're $165 away from today. We got 25 minutes left. I think you guys can do this. I know you guys can do this. I know everybody throwing in 5 or 10 right now. We'd get this thing knocked out in no time. Get us on down there. If you're feeling like throwing in something real nice, hey, we appreciate those as well. Flinty Gecko with his 50, Loopy with her 20. That was great. Thank you guys so much. We've only got $165 to go. If we get under 50, we'll add another 30 on the clock. If we get to 0, you guys just get the extra 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Continue on. We hit those goals. Our show stays on the air. That's how it works, and you guys have kept us going for a long time. I appreciate you. You're the absolute best. Let's see if we can't push home a little harder right now and get that 165 down to 0. Please and thank you. You guys are the best. I'll continue on with the show. You guys continue on with the contributions, and we will get this thing going. All right, a little break from the election. Let's talk about the lengths women are willing to go to get a nice, cheap cheek lift or a nice, cheap ass lift or really any way to subvert the aging process without paying a bunch of money. So I don't know if you know this, but there's there's spas around the country that can get licenses to do shit like Botox, just cosmetic procedures that women get. So some places will go ahead and just do the procedures. They won't even bother getting the license because the licenses can be very expensive. The licenses can take, they got to come in and check out your facility, make sure you can handle it in a clean atmosphere. I know that I think dentists can get licensed to do Botox. Like that's a way that some dentists, hike up the revenue at the old dentist offices. They can do Botox as well. Some of these places do it without a license. And sometimes when they do it without a license, people get fucked up. Like bad shit happens to the people who get the procedures done. And they're trying to clamp down on that. Now, I'm not talking about like women going to Mexico and they get rocks in their titties. I don't know if you've ever seen those, but sometimes women will want new tits, but they don't have a shitload of money. And instead of saving up and going to one of the really great reputable doctors here in the United States, they'll go to another country and they'll get it done cheaper. The problem is they're going to find out that their tits are made out of like super glue and, deck paint. And that's going to be a problem later on. You get what you pay for. But this one is actually in Massachusetts. Let's take a listen.
Feds arresting a beauty clinic owner, accusing her of using fake meds and fake credentials. Prosecutors say Rebecca Fidinelli's clinics in Easton and Randolph were running afoul of the law. Thank you for staying with us tonight on the News at 9. I'm Courtney Cole. Now, this all actually came to light when one patient said they had side effects and wanted some answers. WBC's Temi Mutasa joins us live tonight with the story at one of the clinics.
Yeah, sorry. We apologize for these side effects. It turns out we actually injected mud into your ass. That's on us.
In Easton, Tammy.
Yeah, Courtney, people trusted this med spa to make them feel good and look good. But now the feds say the owner is charged with giving clients fake and illegal Botox and fillers for years while posing as a nurse.
I mean, if she was doing it for years and nobody complained, I'm tempted to say no harm, no foul. Like, because I also want to say the government does too much, like, regulating, and they do too much, like, it's kind of a racket for them to get in on the licensing deal and get a little, chunk of change for themselves. But I don't know if nobody's complaining. One person, it's always one fucking person.
Welcome to Skin Beauté Med Spa. Rebecca founded the company, a devoted mother.
You can do illegal Botox injections in people for years, but put some Instagram videos up of your squirrel and they have to come kill it.
Entrepreneur and licensed medical esthetician.
To her Skin Beauté Med Spa clients, Rebecca Fidinelli presented herself as a nurse. But now, the feds say since March 2021, the 38-year-old esthetician was not licensed or certified when she gave thousands of illegal counterfeit Botox, Sculptra, and Juvederm injections, which she imported from China and Brazil.
I don't know what the fuck any of that is. Like most of that stuff I have, and you're just shooting that shit into your body because you don't want to turn 40. Wow. Guys, aren't you happy that we age so beautifully? Aren't you glad that us guys are just natural beauties? I mean, from my hairline down to my toes. I got to tell you, I'm just glad that I'm going to be pretty forever.
Prosecutors say clients paid her over $900,000.
Oh!
Charging documents say FDA criminal investigators were tipped off by a client who had a bad reaction with bumps in her lips and tingling after Fidinelli injected her with lip filler in 2022.
Lip filler's a gross one, too, because I don't know who women, consulted before they started doing the lip filler thing, but the really big lips, the really big lip injection look, we're not into it, are we? Maybe I'm in the minority. I don't know who you're doing it for.
The client never received a copy of the prescription for the substance that was injected to her despite asking for it. Agents then found out Homeland Security Investigations was looking into Fidinelli.
Holy
and
shit.
Customs and Border.
They do not fuck around on this illegal Botox shit. Department of Homeland Security?
Border Patrol had seized international parcels shipped to her because they were suspicious the packages had illegal prescription drugs. Agents say Fettinelli was also caught at Logan Airport coming back from Brazil with illegal injectables.
The only thing is, like, you want to trust a woman like that because she's hot. She's really good looking, so you're like, oh, fuck, if it works for her, it'll work for me. I want to look like that.
Stimbote Med Spa has become one of the most respected companies.
Great sound mixing.
When the feds searched the spa locations in Randolph and Southeastern, they say they found the fake cosmetics. Fettinelli later admitted to the feds she buys the injectable drugs from a Chinese supplier through Alibaba, but didn't know.
Through Alibaba. Come on. Dude, this is just like, and nobody, like, this is what's amazing to women. Again, women don't want to turn 40, so they just, like, take somebody's word for it. They're injecting good shit into them. It's like, don't you ask? Don't you want to see the bottle? Don't you want to see where it's coming from? Don't you want to Google what that means and what that is? Or just like, nah, just go ahead and shoot this poison into my face because, you know, I don't want to be able to smile for a week, and I want my lips to look like I have a shellfish allergy. So don't. I'm not trying to blame the victim here, but like a little bit of fucking curiosity, over what you're pumping into your face.
If they were FDA approved.
If guys were getting cock injections and making their cocks like, you know, Coke bottles, you'd ask, wouldn't you? You'd be like, hey, what is this shit? Like, it's not like my dick's not going to implode and look like a hot dog that was in the microwave too long, is it? Like, can I just look up? Like, you'd want to research it. Hey, I get my Botox from a Chinese supplier through Alibaba. What do you think? I'm going to go ahead and pass. No, thanks. And it doesn't sound like this woman was giving a discount either. So she was charging real drug prices for the cheap Chinese shit. So it's just greed. Greed and vanity. That's what this is. Greed and vanity. That's all this story is. Women who don't want to turn 40 and another women who want to fuck them out of their money. Wow.
Did not enter a plea in federal court today. Prosecutors say if anybody out there thinks they were given fake injectables or might think that they are a victim, please fill out a complaint at the FDA's website. We'll post that link on our website, WBZ.com.
Yeah, but before you do, go talk to the lawyer who's going to be running the class action lawsuit on this. They're going to want to talk to you too. Oh. You don't look into any of this shit. Nothing. Like you don't ask questions, you don't wonder. I just take a look, just be curious, be a little curious about what's going into your body. Guys, let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories, and then I'm worried about getting my ass kicked today. I'm worried about taking another L and putting Steel Toe back in the red. Contribute if you can. We're 165 away. We've got 15 minutes left. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. They pick you up quicker than anybody. You get now we're starting to get into the cold, icy, wintry season. If you go in the ditch, nobody quicker. They won't leave you out in the cold. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Stoney's in downtown Rockville. I hope you went to Stoney's on Sunday to watch the Vikings game, or Saturday to watch the Gophers, or Friday. I hope you went to their big Halloween party all dressed up. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, great place to go watch the games. Go check them out. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. I went and saw Cheetos on Friday, and he likes Sean's reads better than mine. It hurts. He has been getting your tweets, by the way. He did point that out. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Visit our friends at Stoney's today. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. Whether it's knives, optics, parts and gear, the stuff you need for hunting, personal defense, sport shooting, whatever, they've got it at Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. All right, guys. Let's positivity of the toe. No more L's. What would it be? This would be 3 L's in 5 morning shows. That is not grounds for sustainability. That's for sure. Zenman Build says, you keep skipping my rants. I don't see them. Zenman. Yeah, Zenman, I don't see any of your Rumble rants. Sorry, bud. They're not in here. So if you're sending them, they're not showing up in the chat. I'm sorry, Zen Man. He says it was an hour ago. Zen Man, I'm telling you, I'm going back. I'm back an hour right now. It's not there. Coltrane, Atomic Ray, Approachable, Atomic Ray, Coltrane. Zen Man, we did this one. $1, but these tattoos are my life story. I wear them so everyone sees my struggles and hardships. We read that one, Zen Man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's great of you, but I've read that one already during the tattoo segment. Thank you, bud. 160 away from today. Thank you very much. Let's get in that PayPal and that Venmo and the Super Chats. Let's hammer this thing out. We got $160 to go, and we've only got 10 minutes to do it. Please and thank you. Power of positivity, power of the toe. We are losing, though, the last week. Breathe, Aaron. Breathe. Don't let them see you sweat. Smile it up. Show them. And say this shit internally. Don't say it out loud to them. If you got a few bucks, throw it our way so we can keep this little program on the air. Thanks, guys. ABC stay. Oh, yeah, this one. It's going to be hard to convince people that you're not fucking around with the election when shit like this pops up on your TV screen while you're watching Formula One racing. Let me take myself off of there. This was a shot at ABC 16 in Philadelphia during a Formula One race. They showed the election results of Kamala Harris beating Donald Trump by 5 points. And the election is a week away. At this point, it was. Keep an eye on those numbers. I mean, this is saved in the internet, like people can see it. But if these numbers end up being true at any point of the night, we got to have a conversation. Now, the television network is claiming this was just a test, that they were testing their election stuff and their election visuals, and that this was just a totally made up number that they came up with just to test as if the election was going on that night. I don't know. I don't buy it. That's kind of fucking weird that you're posting election results for Pennsylvania a week before the election. Keep an eye on that. 52-47 Harris. 3,293,712 votes to 2,997,793 votes. That's a bit fucky to say the least. Now, the local news station did put a note out saying that they had mistakenly aired election results during a test that showed Kamala Harris winning. Look, I don't have any proof that anything fucky's going on, but I'm immediately skeptical. 191 Redbird with $5 says it's almost like telling all the radio fans, telling you they don't like the direction of the show is going to fuck off. That has consequences. I didn't say fuck off. I absolutely listen to them. We don't do the drama shit anymore. I mean, we do. I mean, maybe there'll be like 5 minutes of it at some point. And it's like, which is okay to do every once in a while. It can't be the same shit all the time. But I have absolutely taken that. I mean, if you go look back a year ago at how much drama content was being done and like how much is done now, I've more than bent over backwards for that crowd. Zenman Builds with $5 says, my bad, didn't know when I missed you reading it then. Yeah, we read it during the tattoo thing. Thank you, buddy. All right, guys, we're 150 away. Let's knock it out. We got about 10 minutes left. $150 away. No, I understand what you're saying, Redbird. And look, if the audience doesn't feel like giving to the show anymore, then yeah, that will be them saying we're not interested anymore, and that will be the end of it, and that's totally fair. I get that. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with people expressing their opinion. And look, man, if I'm not sharp enough and the show's not what it used to be and it's not as good and people are like, no, if it stays, if it goes, that's totally fair. Like I said, I'll take that in stride and we'll move on to the next era of whatever it is I'm supposed to do. I've definitely come to grips with that. And instead of being so whiny and pissy and bitchy about it. All right, guys, $150 away from today's goal. Let's jump in there and knock that out and see if we can get it hammered out. We appreciate your contributions, big and small. Let's see if we can start this week off right and not take another loss to start things off. So apparently Mark Cuban and Dana White got into a bitch fight. They were on a TV show together, and they just, a lot of people really hate Mark Cuban. I don't. Like, I know his politics turns some people off, and he can be kind of an arrogant dick, but so can Dana White. Like, we just agree with Dana White more. That's the only reason we don't dislike him as much as Mark Cuban, but they have very similar personalities. Mark Cuban's kind of a cocky, dickish kind of a guy, and Dana White's definitely a cocky, dickish kind of a guy. Like, I don't know. I kind of respect what both of them are. We've got that coming up. We've also got Kayla McEnany. Again, here's another one coming out saying Biden's kneecapping Harris on purpose. I love that. Joe Biden would completely redeem himself in my eyes if he came out and he was like, after the election's over, and he goes, yeah, I was trying to fuck her over. I was really pissed at what they did to me. I like it. And then Rudy Giuliani went on a rant about Haitian immigrants that I can't wait to play for you today. I hope we get to. I hope we can knock out today's goal and that we can do all three of those stories coming up in just a little bit. K-Fall in the Great says there, I paid you. Now, why did I lose my mod? I don't know. Like, these mods keep going away. I'm going to give it back to you. There, you can see I gave it to you. If it goes away, guys, it's never anything personal. I'm not doing it. Something's going on the YouTube end of things. I don't know what to tell you. Dead Game says, nah, Cuban is a limp-wristed gay F word. Yikes. All right, let's see if we can rally up. We have 6 minutes starting right now to knock out $150. I love you guys. I love getting up early and doing this show for you. I hope you enjoy us doing it as well. If you can throw in a few bucks, this is that time of the morning where we try to get it done. 150 is the number. I really hope that you feel like I've done a good enough job today. Of course, we had the technical difficulties with Zoom. We couldn't have Johnny today. He'll be back tomorrow. I really hope you feel like rewarding us with a few bucks or a membership or whatever. I hope we've earned it today. If not, then we haven't earned it. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to try harder for you until we lose enough money where I got to go figure something else out. I love it, man. I don't care. I just hope that we're entertaining you guys to the point where we can keep this thing going. That's all. $150 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. We're going to beg at you for a little bit here. We got about 5 minutes left. We need a pretty big rally to knock out 150. And if you're a fan of Steel Toe and you love what we're doing, then I do please ask that you be part of that rally as soon as you can here. We've definitely we've been getting hit lately. We've been losing quite a bit lately. Right after we went on that big run to get us back to even again, we've definitely taken some hits last week. Thank you very much to Zenman. Oh no, Zenman already did that one. I'm sorry. So we've got nothing. Sorry. Oof, that sucked. That's a big L right there. When you think you had something, you didn't, so it's still 0. Oof, that one turns my face red. All right, guys, 4.5 minutes to go. We need to put some points on the board and see if we have some fight in us today. Nothing coming in yet. $150 loss. Helgi says Aaron is 5 minutes away from crying tears of high fructose corn syrup. Look, man, I'm prepared for anything. I'm prepared for if I got to go back into the sales business or whatever. I'm ready for all of it, man. We've had a great run here at Steel Toe. If we lose, we lose. There was a time, not too long ago where I was like, hey, come on, help us out. Fuck it, man. If we lose, look, a lot of people on the internet will be happy, like they beat us, they won. That's fine, man, because there's more to life than that. Would I prefer that we win and that we get this thing going and we nail it and we get to keep doing this program? Man, 100%. I'd love that. That's my dream. I love doing this. But, all things come to an end, and maybe that's where we're at. Maybe it's not, maybe it's not. maybe we can still keep this going. But we're down 150 right now for the day. We've got 3 minutes left. We've had nothing going for the rally. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal. Papa Dan says, ask your parents to hit the goal for you. Never. We'll go and we'll do our own thing. We'll go do something else away from broadcasting. And look, man, it'll mean we had a good run, but we couldn't keep it going. Mr. Paypalington with 99 cents. Thank you very much. 150. No, Chevy fan, I'm not talking about quitting. I'm saying if, we miss enough goals where it all, we can't afford to do it anymore, that's okay. We'll go on to the next thing. But I think we'll see here. Right now, we're taking a pretty hard L. We're 150 away, and we've only got 2.5 minutes left. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Whatever you can do, throw it at the toe. Otherwise, we're going to start this week the way we started last week, which is a $150 L. Some breaking news today. Dennis Allen is out as the coach of the New Orleans Saints. So we've got another coach biting the dust this year. Won't be the last. All right, 2-minute warning. I'm sorry if I didn't do a good job today. I'll come back and try harder. Tonight, hopefully we earn it. Thank you to Amy for $5. She says, keep on keeping on. Always love this show. Thank you, Amy, for that $5. $145 away from today. I appreciate it. I thought we did a good job today, but again, it doesn't matter what I think. It only matters what the audience thinks. All right, Doom Clone, I tell you what, if they rally and they hit the goal, I'll go ahead and play your video. I think it's way too long, but I'll play it. We get to overtime today, we'll play it. Otherwise, we'll leave it alone for good. So we got a minute left. Doom Clone, here's the deal. If the audience wants to see the cheese clip that you made, then I will play the cheese clip you made. If the audience doesn't want it and we eat our dicks today, then they don't want it, and I'm not going to play it for them. We're going to let the audience decide on this one with their dollars. I think that's fair. All right, guys, 145 away from today's goal. Oh, man. Well, we got about 45 seconds left. Yeah, look, man, I appreciate what you guys have thrown us today. It's great, wonderful. We'll work within what we get from you guys. But it looks like we're going to take our third loss in 5 morning shows. Yikes. If you want to throw in something big, $100 will get you the 30 minutes. We've got 20 seconds as of right now. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. If you're watching this later and you want to throw us a few bucks, the links are all in the chat. Nana's Clam says OT on credit. We're good for it. No, we're not going to make 145. We couldn't make it in the last 7 minutes begging. We're not going to make it in 30 minutes. It's all right. All right, here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that's going to do it for today, guys. Thank you very much. Hey, you win some, you lose some. We're on a losing streak right now. Hopefully we can get it back. Hopefully we can pull the nose of the plane up. You got any suggestions? Go ahead, send us emails. If there's something we're not doing that you want to see us do, we're willing to admit when we're not doing it right for you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you again tonight. We'll see if we can get it done.